Hi, everyone. Chief Meteorologist Dan Scoff at my house. We're starting this live stream here as this camera can focus a little bit. That would be nice. But we're starting off this live stream because we've got storms that are going to be moving in, and Josh is going to be taking over. But Josh has a problem right now. He's in the middle of a newscast. So he's got a newscast from 7 to 8 o'clock. And unfortunately, he's not able to get on the live because there's news going on. And so that's why you've got to know what's happening. So we're going on right now, and Josh will take over here after his newscast is over in 20 minutes, and we'll start our live coverage. But here's a look at Mega Doppler. Boy, we have a lot of activity here and some pretty impressive storms that are developing. All of these storms are severe warned. The energy in the atmosphere is absolutely ripe for severe weather. You will notice that we've got definitely some storms that are off to the north that are confirmed tornadoes. So that shows you that confirmed tornadoes are going to be possible. We got a tornado watch that's until noon. We've got storms that are moving in that are all severe. Let me take you through all of these warnings here as, Josh, like I said, is getting ready to do coverage, but he can't because he's in the middle of a newscast. So hopefully you're tuning into KNWA, which is going to be providing that live coverage. But right now, he's got Fox 24, which has a newscast from 7 to 8 o'clock. So we're starting the live stream. He can't launch it until 8 o'clock, but the storms are already starting to move in. And so that's why we're giving this update. So first of all, we're starting off. Everything's quiet in Washington and Benton County, but that will not remain the case for long. We're at 7:41. Storms are rapidly knocking on our doorstep, and the first severe thunderstorm warning is going for another 33 minutes. So you can see that goes until 8:15. Wind gusts of 60 miles per hour looking likely, and maximum hail. The hail is not as much of an issue because it's not necessarily an isolated storm. We're going to set the storm motion from the warning. The atmosphere is very capable of causing spins all over the place. So I'm going to switch radars here. You'll already notice that there have been some confirmed tornadoes. There was a debris signature near Owasso, north of Tulsa, and that caused a spin up. We've got a circulation here that's southwest of Maisie and just to the southwest of Shoto. That will also potentially produce. The atmosphere is extremely ripe for severe weather. Now, our saving grace could be a bunch of thunderstorms that develop out ahead of the line, which could cool things off and maybe not create that surface-based instability. But again, you look, these are confirmed tornadoes in southwest Missouri, and here is that gust front that's developing storm. So it's not a clear-cut case if there will definitely be tornado potential, but it definitely is something that we have to watch. And again, cameras looking west of Siloam Springs, you can definitely see that activity about to move in. Southwest of Dakota, all of that activity. Now, when we put this into motion, we can look at some future track models. I can't do it on my graphics system because number one, Josh is, in the middle of the newscast. And number two, I would take over his graphics, and I don't know exactly what's going on the air. So we're just I'm starting the live stream, kind of almost like a relay race, and then I'm going to hand it off to him, and then I'll head into work, and we'll cover it from there. So let's go to some computer models here and show you what's going to happen. Of course, let's just face it. The HRRR barely had any storms at this point, and you can see they're just basically everywhere. And there's been severe weather and tornadoes, and so it's just been a busy one. We knew it would be. The energy that's there, the atmosphere is ripe. We can look at some of the atmospheric conditions, which was what I'm going to do with the weather mesoanalysis tool, and so that'll be something handy as well. Right now, though, we've got it on the radar. Storms are approaching Siloam Springs. There will no doubt likely be some severe thunderstorm warnings for western Washington and western Benton County. That's going to be happening really, really soon. I can see Josh is getting ready. He's in the background. So it looks like we're in the middle of that newscast. He's getting ready. Let's give you a little sneak peek here inside what's happening. So there's Josh and Zach. they're getting ready. We're gearing up for severe storms. And so that's we'll have more on that in just a bit. But we'll come back here and we'll take a look at the radar. As you can see, these storms are about to push in. So let's look at some of the atmospheric conditions and see what these storms have to work with, which, by the way, is a lot. So we're going to share my screen here. Let's just stop screen share. So in order to do that, I've got to leave the radar in this case, but we'll go back to it momentarily, periodically. Okay, so here we go. Sharing the screen, adding this to the stage. Hey, we got Josh on there too. You can see him. Yep, he's getting ready. I know, getting ready. There's Zach as well. Got Zach Gilday. So we're all, and Peyton is going to be remote too as well. So I'm going to bring this up a little bit larger so you can see. So let's go through the meso-analysis. First of all, thermodynamics. The cape is there. Now, while it looks like it's capped, you know, there's already tornadoes that are confirmed in southwest Missouri. So you see that, and we have the same ingredients, if not even more. So even though it shows that it's capped, models sometimes don't get that perfectly. So if we look at the low-level winds, they are just absolutely screaming. 40 knots at 925 millibars. We look at the supercell composite, and you can see it's at 20, and that's exactly what it is in southwest Missouri as well. We look at the significant tornado parameter, it's a 4. The effective layer, it's a 6. And look, we're uncapped according to this. So these storms could rapidly rotate and develop tornadoes. So it's going to be a tricky one, like it always is. But we'll be watching that. If we look at the 0 to 500 meter storm relative velocity with the significant tornado parameter, that's at a 7. And if we look at the conditional tornado parameter, the violent tornado parameter, that's a little higher to the north. And that probably is because of the 0 to 3 kilometer cape. So let's see if we've got, so at the moment, this is one thing we are lacking. We're lacking 0 to 3 kilometer cape. Maybe that'll be our saving grace. These storms will come through with pretty strong winds, but maybe they don't produce tornadoes. Now, that's one thing that is lacking. So that's good news there. If we look at this, yeah, not much 0 to 3 kilometer cape. And the models were kind of hinting at that. Now, we do have, for QLCS tornadoes, though, 55 knots of 0 to 3 kilometer bulk shear. And finally, very impressive atmospheric conditions. But the one thing we are lacking, according to this, is the 0 to 3 kilometer cape. We got the bulk shear. We've got the surface-based instability. We might be lacking that 0 to 3 kilometer cape. And why is that important? Well, that's important because what that does is that allows for the low-level rotation along the ground to get pulled up into the vertical. But here comes the storm approaching Siloam Springs. We'll go back to our radar from KINX. And here you see these storms starting to move in. So right now it doesn't look like any rotation, and that might be because of, like we mentioned, that no 0 to 3 kilometer cape. And that's a big lacking ingredient. So hopefully that continues to be the case, and that would be amazing. But with this type of environment and the conditions that are available, we've got to watch it really, really close. Also, too, this is an interesting feature right here. This almost looks like a little bit of a surge, like a gust front or an outflow boundary. Now, if that's the case, then this would be all cold pool dominant. However, I'm not exactly sure if that's what that is. That could be a prefrontal trough out ahead, or the dry line that's trying to kick up a bunch of dirt and dust. We'll look at the CC, and no, it definitely is some precipitation that's mixed in. But look, confirmed tornado, rain wrap tornado on the east side, confirmed by TDS as well. So that's what that's saying. That's interesting. Why doesn't that pop up? Huh. I'm rolling over that and it's not popping up that that information. That's interesting. Not exactly sure why that's doing that, but we'll have it working in the weather lab. That's weird. So, anyways, a little bit of hail that's approaching us. This is not, as of now, it'll be some heavy rain. It'll be some gusty winds, as I mentioned right here. This is super windy, super windy. So, again, if you're just tuning in, we got about 2,000 people on the stream. We are covering severe storms. I'm doing it from my house initially, but as you'll see here, Josh and Zach are in the weather lab and they are gearing up for severe weather coverage, but they have to get through their newscast first, and that's taking up the studio. So the timing on all this is going to be developing, and we can give you some timing here as I bring up something real quick. Oh, come on. Anyways, it's basically moving into Siloam Springs right now. So be ready for that. A lot of storms that are happening in Benton County. So after their newscast, which is ending here real soon, I know the clouds are absolutely zipping along. Maybe we could show a Lincoln WeatherBug Network camera. Very darkening skies. A lot of energy. We'll see if this storm gets severe, but I guess the one thing that may be good is that we are lacking that low-level instability. So hopefully that continues to be the case. Conditions are favorable. However, that 0 to 3 kilometer cape is the one thing that might be lacking. That could be our saving grace. And models were indicating that. So we'll see how this all pans out. By the way, a tornado watch until noon. There could be additional storms that develop. These are a little stronger that are to the south. You can even see a little bit of a hail core now that's popping up. But this storm that's approaching Siloam Springs is looking pretty nasty. Zach, you can bring up that WeatherBug Network camera. I know you can hear me because we're in the middle of the newscast. Bring up that WeatherBug Network camera from Siloam Springs, and I can bring that up full. I do think the high risk is warranted in Northeast Arkansas. I do. Okay, so here's Allen Elementary, Siloam Springs. Look at how fast those clouds are moving. A lot of low-level wind shear. Just cycle through some cameras, Zach. Feel free to do that. Yeah, P. Ridge, he just called me, and I think that camera took a hit from lightning. Here's our Arkansas Children's Northwest camera. That's looking due west. And PG Telco, you can start to see the leading edge of the line. But look at how fast those clouds are moving. Oh, my goodness, those clouds are moving along so quick. So very strong low-level winds. But there's a look at that radar. And as of now, not seeing a severe thunderstorm warning for this part of the storm. Now, if we look at the velocities, might be a little bit stronger in Delaware County. This is 58 miles per hour right here. But keep in mind, that's about 2,900 feet. Yeah. Really dark at Mount Sequoia. So this looks like the final segment right there behind the scenes. So you can get to see behind the scenes as they're getting ready to end that newscast. We go back to our radar here as it's approaching, rapidly approaching Siloam Springs. So everybody is going to get heavy rain. This will cause some issues on the morning commute. But as of now, there are no tornado warnings for our area. I don't see anything being issued anytime soon with this line. there's not a whole lot of wind shear. Now there is trying to develop some shear near J, and you can see that right there on the leading edge. That's a little bit of a stronger cell, and that will be moving into northwestern Benton County. So if we put that into motion, that'll be something to watch. But according to what we're seeing, there may be a lack of low-level instability. That would be amazing. That would be awesome if that happens. But we'll see. Now, another thing I can do here is we'll look at the so we'll look at some different parameters here. I can look at storm relative velocity and multiple tilts. So let's do that. We got a 4-panel here just to take a look at the multiple tilt to see if there's any type of rotation at all. Put that on there. All right. So I'll take the camera off the screen just for a second. And we're looking at 4 areas of rotation, or 4 tilts. And so you can see that this is near Colcord. That's starting to rotate a little bit. That's something to watch. There's mid-level rotation. That's about 7,000 feet up in the air. And then we've got red colors, rain that's moving away from the radar. Green colors, rain that's moving towards. That's just west of Siloam Springs. So that is a rotation, but it hasn't made it to the ground or into the lower levels. You've got a circulation here that's near J. And by the way, I'm going to save that as save current panel as 8. And so there's that circulation, but you get to the lowest tilt of the radar beam and it's not quite as strong. So here's our Posey Mountain Weather Bug Network camera. Some pretty strong winds, and low-level winds are racing. Those clouds are moving. So and here comes Siloam Springs. Storm is approaching Siloam Springs. No severe thunderstorm warning as of yet. That'd be awesome if this comes through and it starts to weaken. Yeah, there's some lightning. So what are you going to experience? You're going to experience a lot of lightning. You're going to experience some heavy rain. But that 0 to 3 kilometer cape, that's a missing ingredient, and that is in place in southwest Missouri. So again, what I'm doing here is I'm located at my home, and Josh Rugger is about to finish his last segment of the news. So the studio will be free and clear, and we'll cover storms. Now, because there's no tornado warning, or there's nothing that's immediately threatening, that's why he's not doing wall-to-wall coverage. So it's kind of a little bit of an iffy time where it's like almost like purgatory here, where he's getting ready to finish the newscast, and that's why I hopped on here and did this. We're in limbo, if you will, on the coverage. Going back to this is Siloam Springs. Here comes the storm moving in. I don't see any low-level features with that. I don't see anything that's concerning, and the Weather Service just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. So we got a new severe thunderstorm warning. It makes sense because there's a lot of energy. And we'll look here at the wording. Severe thunderstorms located along the line from 6 miles northeast of Grove to 5 miles east of Pumpkin Center, moving east at 55 miles per hour. And by the way, that is maximum hail is about nickel size, which will probably be in the northwestern sections of Benton County. That's going to get impacted by the hail, probably nickel size, and winds 60 miles per hour. Well, unfortunately, I was going to show you a future track, like to show you the way the storm's heading, but my software didn't save its key and I can't find it right now. So I'll have to do that later. We can do that in the weather lab. And, like I said, some things that are trying to get set up. Mansfield, there's definitely going to be some storms moving into Mansfield, but you've got a while here before the storms make it into the river valley. So this little leading edge here, this is interesting to watch. Maybe that's just going to bring thunderstorms, and then all this will be cold pool dominant. Boy, I really hope that's the way that it is. Siloam Springs, storms rolling in. Looks like Josh changed modes. There's a severe thunderstorm warning for the river valley that's about to be added. You'll see that pop up on the screen. And then there's a severe thunderstorm warning for northwest Arkansas. So, Josh, are you ready? Oh, just got a call from Next Gen. Look at that.
What's up? We're ready to rock and roll.
Ready to rock and roll?
Wake up with us on
All right.
3, 2.
What you thought?
Wake up with us tomorrow on Fox 24's Morning Edition as folks with Junior Achievement of Arkansas join us in studio to give us the inside scoop on this year's.
Weather radio going off. So while he's waiting, I'm going to continue to do radar updates here. We'll look.
All right, we're ready to rock and roll.
And Good Day is going to be recorded in Pig Trail, right?
That is correct. Yes, sir. Already got that established.
Now, if we go live, you have to cut their recording.
Yeah, I told them. They're well aware.
Okay.
This point, I've been telling them for the last few days. Give them some.
Yeah. Okay. Good deal. Well, there is a circulation that's trying to develop with that cell east of J. It's elevated right now, but there is a little bit of rotation. What I'll run you through what I was seeing is that there's not a lot of 0 to 3 kilometer cape. That's the one ingredient that I think we're lacking. We need to do some storm tracks though, and unfortunately my program forgot its keys. So I'm going to hand it off to you, Josh. I'm headed into the weather lab. We'll cover these storms, and so take it away, sir.
Absolutely. We're ready to rock and roll. Appreciate you, Dan, for starting this live stream. And yeah, so Zach, let's get right to it right now. We want to talk about this new severe thunderstorm warning that was issued. We were kind of talking about it a little bit on the show. Didn't have a whole lot of time to get to it because we were talking about some of the road conditions. But this is severe thunderstorm warning for Benton and Washington County, as well as portions of Delaware County and Adair County. This is that new severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 8:45. Some folks wanted a storm track on this. So, Zach, I think the storm moving off to the north and east at about 60 miles per hour still. Is that correct?
It says 55.
55.
So latest update.
So the northern part of this line has been moving a little bit slower. So if some folks want a new storm track, we'll go ahead and do that. Here's a look at that for far northwestern Arkansas. We're going to take it along this line and move it off to the east-northeast. You can see here that it's expected to arrive in Bella Vista right around 8:12 a.m., so within the next 10 minutes or so. 8:14 a.m. in Bentonville, 8:31 a.m. in Fayetteville, 8:42 in Cassville, Missouri, 8:56 in Berryville, Branson at 9:14, and moving off to the east of the area by then. But again, Zach, these storms have sped up just a little bit as well. I've noticed that this morning. Initially, they were going about 45 to 55 miles per hour. Now they're, in some cases, moving at 60 miles per hour. So definitely have to watch that very closely. We need to go to our WeatherBug Network cameras right now. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of those. Let's go to our Bentonville Square camera. This is a look at the storm that's going on there. We've been seeing quite a bit of lightning, starting to see the base of the storm. Zach, keep a close eye on Mega Doppler right now. And we're going to keep an eye on this rotation. We're watching the rotation very closely. If I go back to Mega Doppler here real quick, because I know a lot of people are asking about it, we're watching it. It's still very elevated. This is at the surface. So what Zach's looking at right now is the velocity at the surface, and not really there at this time here in northwest Arkansas, but elevated rotation is still being observed right now. So we're watching that very, very closely. But I want to make sure we're keeping an eye on these WeatherBug Network cameras as well, because they're a great resource to have. We can kind of see the base of these storms. We can kind of see what's going on with everything. This is a look at the Bentonville Square camera. We're facing this off to the west right now. And we've been seeing some occasional flashes of lightning with that storm. This is the same one that has that area of rotation that we were just talking about. So we're going to have to watch that very closely. Got some folks watching in Springdale, Gentry, Bella Vista, Farmington, lightning and thunder, Bella Vista.
Code for
So
Pan.
yeah, so we're starting to see things ramp up just a little bit. So yeah, you go ahead and get that done, Zach. But if we go back to Mega Doppler here. You can see those storms that are moving into northwest Arkansas at this time. Again, kind of a cluster of showers and storms right now that are pushing through northwest Arkansas. And if we go back here to weather one, I know a lot of folks are asking about timing. This is our latest track. If you're in Rogers, it's going to be arriving right around 8:14 a.m. If you live in Bella Vista, 8:12 a.m., 8:31 a.m. in Fayetteville. So I know a lot of folks are asking about specific locations and stuff like that. If you're in Benton and Washington County, these storms are on top of you. So they're about to move through your area, about to move through your location. So XNA, Fayetteville, Springdale, Bentonville, Bella Vista, these storms going to be moving through within the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. Now, we're watching Megadoppler very closely for areas of rotation. It still looks very elevated right now. And Zach, I think you would agree with that too, that a lot of this rotation does look elevated at this time. If we go up in tilts, you can definitely see some elevated rotation right now, for sure. But at the surface, not looking too impressive yet. But that can change because these storms have had a history of producing tornadoes in north central Oklahoma, and they ramped up really quickly. They didn't look very impressive at all, and then as soon as they got a tornado warning, they dropped a tornado.
Yeah, and what we have to look out for is isolated cells out ahead of this line, and that's kind of what we're seeing in the River Valley. I was looking at that a little while ago. Let's see if those are still strengthening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so these are the storms in the River Valley that Zach was just talking about. And
so we were just checking in on northwest Arkansas, but the whole forecast area has chances for storms and definitely severe weather. And we can see these cells kind of firing up ahead of McAllister, going into LaFleur County, going right towards Fort Smith. And
look at this, Zach. I'm gonna move this to back to weather one here. Move it back to weather one for me real quick, because I want to show all these WeatherBug Network cameras. Look at what's coming in over that Mount Sequoia camera right now. Looks like it looks like the storm's starting to push into the area as we speak into Fayetteville. You can kind of see the features of that storm. I want to actually pull that up full here so we can take a closer look at that. But our WeatherBug Network cameras are going to be huge because we can actually see the features of the storm. And pretty ominous skies off to the west. One thing I observed this morning too is how quickly those clouds are moving at the lower level. That's that low-level jet that's really starting to kick in as well. So we're having to watch that very closely. Looks like we've got meteorologist Peyton Langford here. I'm going to go back to Megadoppler here, Zach. So we have that pulled up. But Peyton, I'm adding you to the stream right now. Let me know if you can hear us. So where are you at right now, and what are you seeing?
I'm on my way. Well, I guess I'm technically just in Centerton, the Walmart, as soon as you cross into the town lines. But heading west, hopefully to get a good look at a lot of the lightning that is on the way. And some very ominous skies. Going green, as they say in Twisters, or Twister. They don't even say that in Twisters, I don't think. But yeah, very ominous. Some lightning, clouds, strong winds as well. Yeah. Pretty cool shot.
Yeah, so have you been noticing any lowerings and stuff like that so far? I mean, right now it looks like any rotation is pretty elevated at this point, and I think it's because we have a pretty stout cap in place right now, truth be told.
Yeah. Whoa. That was a big flash.
That was a big flash.
Saw that from Bentonville.
Yeah, that was nice. I haven't seen anything. Everything looks super elevated. For anyone wondering, it would be lower on the horizon if things were a lot lower. Those cloud bases were lower, but you can definitely see that greenish tint. That severe thunderstorm warning says pea-sized hail. It's mainly for those 60 miles per hour wind speeds, but watching it closely for sure.
Yep, and we're keeping an eye too on, again, these just little embedded areas of rotation. That's what we have to keep an eye on because, I was just talking about this. These storms, when they were in north central Oklahoma, they didn't look like much for a long period of time, and then all of a sudden they would drop a tornado. So if that 0 to 3 kilometer instability starts to ramp up, then we'll have to watch it. But right now it looks like that's been pretty lacking over northwest Arkansas so far.
Yeah, if it does start to ramp up in like the eastern part of our weather coverage area, I will not be headed there. That is some dangerous terrain, especially with the torrential downpours. You can see like roads washed away and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna keep you on here for a few more moments. We're just trying to go through all these cameras and stuff like that because we're getting such great views on our WeatherBug Network cameras. Zach's watching the radar very closely. If you just joined in, we're still watching the radar and stuff like that. But I feel like, when we get to this situation, especially when the storms start moving in, it's better to have a visual. So we're going to keep Peyton's stream up, and we're going to also keep an eye on these cameras. Let's go to that. Let's go to the Salem Springs camera. Let's see what's going on there. Very heavy rainfall already being observed in Salem Springs. Look at that. Very heavy rain going on in Salem Springs. A little bit of wind as well. Some lightning. But not seeing any areas of rotation. Let's go back here to Mega Doppler real quick, Zach. I want to look at storm relative velocity. So let's zoom in there. Let's just go up and down this line here. So, whoa, hey, go down to Salina right there. That looks like an area we have to watch. Does that line up with the radar at all? Let's go to base reflectivity. Don't know. Yeah, that's might be something we have to watch very closely there. That's on that second line right there, but it does line up with the radar. So we'll have to watch that very closely as it moves towards Delaware County. That's a little area of rotation. I know you're driving right now, Peyton, so you can't see that, but might be a little area of rotation starting to move towards Jay in Delaware County right now.
All right, and then what's the track on that? Where can I intercept?
Yeah, that's moving off to the east-northeast, but it's moving very fast. So that's going to be moving towards Jay. It's probably going to be there in Jay within the next 15 minutes or so.
It's got some rotation.
It does have some rotation. It does line up on radar. That's what we're watching very closely. These other storms, if you're watching right now and you're just tuning in, and Peyton, I'm going to pull this up full, but we're still going to have your stream here in the background. But I just want to show this because these storms that are moving through Benton County right now, not showing any clear signs of rotation yet at the surface. However, this storm right here that's southwest of Jay, that does look like a bit of an issue right there. That's something we're going to have to watch very closely. If they go up in tilts, you can see there is some rotation there potentially near Jay, but then it kind of falls apart as you go up in tilts. So we're going to be watching these areas of the line very closely.
The radar's just so far away.
Yeah, the radar is really far away right now.
Look at it from Tulsa.
Yeah, so Zach's going to pull that up from Tulsa. But again, right now, very heavy rainfall, strong winds moving through northwest Arkansas, moving through Benton County at this time. I'm going to go back here to our live Doppler radar so that you folks can see what's going on. Matter of fact, let's actually go back here to all the WeatherBug Network cameras. So this is a 9-panel view. We're looking at a multitude of different cameras in northwest Arkansas. You can see the Bentonville Square WeatherBug Network camera on the bottom right corner of your screen right now. So trust me, right now, Salem Springs, just getting heavy rain. I'm not seeing any rotation over Salem Springs at this time, but we're still watching it. Very heavy rainfall, lightning, strong winds. That's all a possibility as those storms move through the Salem Springs area. Now, folks are wondering about Rogers too. Rogers is not getting impacted quite yet, but that's going to change within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Looks like some very heavy rainfall about to move into Rogers. In fact, let's go to the Rogers Pinnacle Parkway Towers cam here, and let's take a look at that because there is some heavy rain that's starting to move in. Look at that. Now, this is a good view right here, Zach, and this shows you that these are elevated storms right now. Because I'm not seeing oh my goodness, look at that lightning though. 2 strikes right there. I'm glad we went to this camera. So there's no tornado warnings in effect right now, folks. And there's nothing on radar at this time that's concerning, though we are looking at these little areas of rotation that are trying to develop. That's in Bull Hollow. Where's that?
That's from the Tulsa radar. Same cell.
Same cell.
We were looking at.
So there is one area of rotation that we're watching very closely that's currently just off to the west of Delaware County. And here's weather 2. This is what Zach was talking about. So Zach, kind of tell us what you're looking at here.
Yeah, so we were looking at that cell just south of Spavinaw moving into Delaware County. A little bit of rotation, and that's what we're watching for this morning. That tornado threat is definitely there up and down this line. It's a typical QLCS setup, so these embedded cells along this line. And right now, the rotation isn't that strong, but we're monitoring it to see if it gets stronger. And I do want to mention that the rain is really heavy. And,
very heavy rain.
And I was looking at iDrive Arkansas. A lot of people on Interstate 49. So if you have plans or if you're going somewhere this morning, I might want to hold off, especially if you're going to be going on Interstate 49.
It's starting to get to the point where you shouldn't be on the roadways.
Yeah,
and I
I
talked
would.
about that this morning. I said if you're heading to work and school, you need to go ahead and go now because after you get to about 8, 9 o'clock, that rain starts ramping up. You just don't want to. You don't want to deal with all this on the roadways. So, Brendan, so far, based on mesoanalysis, I haven't seen a whole lot of instability or low-level instability return to the air. There is some mixed-level CAPE, and that's something that we've been watching very closely. But in terms of 0 to 3 kilometer CAPE, that has been lacking so far this morning, and hopefully that continues to lack. But somebody said there's now a tornado warning in Joplin. So the thing is right now, guys, off to our north, the 0 to 3 kilometer instability is much greater at this time. And that's why there's a tornado warning in effect near Joplin, because that 0 to 3 kilometer CAPE is much higher. But Zach, we're gonna have to watch this one storm that's moving towards Jay. Again, that might be the storm to watch right now. I'm gonna go back to what we're talking about here. I'm gonna show this on Mega. You can kind of see it on Mega Doppler too. It lines up with the Tulsa radar. If we go to Mega Doppler on INX, or excuse me, on the Fort Smith radar, you can see that area of rotation. Zach's kind of has a cursor around that.
Keep in mind, though, this radar beam is 7,600 feet.
Yep.
Up in the air. So that is very high.
Very high up. So it's elevated.
Yeah.
It's elevated. But you're still seeing it on INX, which is closer. Yeah, which is closer. And I can go to Weather 2 here, and this is what Zach's looking at. So it's there. It's very weak, but it's there. And these things can ramp up very quickly when you have the environment in place like we do. But if you guys are concerned about tornado potential right now in Northwest Arkansas, I'm not seeing that right now over our area. If we go up in tilts, there is still maybe some elevated rotation going on, but it's not reaching the surface because of that cap that's in place right now. If we go down the line a little bit more, you can see Eufaula is an area of concern. That's west of our weather coverage area. That is an area that we're going to be watching very closely. More cells going on south of McAllister at this time as well. So a bit of a messy storm mode, but sometimes that doesn't matter, especially if that 0 to 3 kilometer instability starts to increase. So let's go back to our cameras here because we need to be keeping an eye on these storms. Let's go to this Mount Sequoia camera because now we're starting to see the base of this storm move into the area. So here's Mount Sequoia. Pretty tough to see the bases right now. The contrast is not very good at this time.
Yeah. There's definitely a lot of low-level moisture, misty. It's hard to see, but
yeah. But it's you can definitely see the base, and it's racing in very quickly to Fayetteville. So Fayetteville, if you live in Fayetteville, some rain's about to move in. I would say Fayetteville's not seeing the most intense part of the line right now. That's more in Benton County. But you can certainly see the base of that storm starting to race into the Fayetteville area. If we go back to our Rogers Pinnacle Parkway Towers cam, again, the contrast is not great. I don't see anything that's too concerning there visually in terms of tornado potential. If we go to storm relative velocity here, Zach, not seeing anything still over the I-49 corridor that's too terribly concerning, but we need to keep an eye on the J area. That's the cell that has my eye right now. And again, we're doing some fresh storm tracks in the background as well. We can go back to that at this time. I'm going to go back here to Weather 1 and pull that up so that we can take a look at the latest there. But this Rogers Pinnacle Parkway Towers cam giving a good view of the storm right now and also giving you a good idea on what's going on with these cells. So far, these cells that are in Northwest Arkansas are just producing strong winds, heavy rain, lightning, maybe some small hail. But right now, nothing too concerning along the I-49 corridor.
Yeah, and this line is still going pretty fast. So
yeah,
55 miles per hour. If we got that new storm track, we can show you that.
Yeah.
So if you're wondering the timing, here's a great graphic to explain.
Yeah, and this is the latest timing. So I just adjusted that timing there. So Springdale, within the next 10 minutes or so, you're going to start seeing some heavy rain. You're going to start seeing some strong winds. Lincoln, 8:37. Fayetteville, I know a lot of folks wondering what's going on in Fayetteville. I would say within the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. Berryville at 9 o'clock. Huntsville in Madison County at 9:19. This looks like a kind of just a broken line of storms that kind of is separate from the other line right now. But that is moving off to the north and east at about 55 miles per hour. We still have that severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect. I'm going to go ahead and pull up Peyton Langford again here. So there's Peyton on the right side of your screen. Peyton, you're back on. I'm going to unmute your mic.
Yeah.
Where are you at right now, and what are you seeing?
So we're in Centerton still, a newly developing neighborhood, but some very loud thunder and some awesome bolts of lightning here and there. But yeah, definitely a green scene out there, if you will. I don't know if the camera's doing it justice, but yeah, I've been following along, watching that potential or that little bit of rotation. Things are starting to rotate along the line. We're seeing tornado warnings just to our north. That just shows you the ingredients are there for these storms to spin. Just will they come together over us? We're seeing some weak rotation just out west in eastern Oklahoma. So yeah, definitely watching things close. Nothing super crazy as of right now, but watching for any potential lowerings.
Yeah, there's one little area near Decatur that I'm watching very closely. It's very elevated. There's elevated rotation for sure, but at the surface, it's not very strong at all. And Peyton, I'm keeping up your screen right now, and you can probably see this on Mega Doppler. You see near Decatur, this is the lowest tilt. So there's a very, very, very weak area of rotation there northeast of Decatur. If I go up in tilts, you can see maybe more pronounced rotation in that particular area, but it's elevated at this time. And I think that's what you're observing as well with these storms. I mean, I'm watching your stream right now. Those storms look pretty elevated at this time.
Yeah, you want to pop on the storm spotter so I can see where I am relative to that?
Yeah, let me pull it up right now. So are you on the
Should be
network? Yes, you are. Okay. So there you are, Peyton. There's the area of rotation. It's just off to your west or northwest.
All right. So I'm looking northwest. There's a prime viewing area. Well, actually, looking west-northwest. There's true northwest. Just about.
Looks maybe like a little scuddy above you.
I know. Yeah, that's what I was eyeballing.
Yeah, that might actually be the rotation that we're looking at right now.
It's got a new radar scan.
Yeah, new radar scan, and yeah, it just doesn't look too impressive on radar right now, at least at the lowest tilt.
I see people are asking questions. No, there's no tornado warning. It's just a severe thunderstorm. Well, I don't want to say it's just a severe thunderstorm because we are seeing damaging winds and a little bit of hail with this. So definitely you don't want to be out in this.
Yeah, I think it's a great point right there, Zach. Because, yeah, even though we're not seeing tornado warnings right now, we may not see a tornado warning. We keep our fingers crossed and pray that's the case. But we're still seeing very heavy rainfall, very strong winds, small hail in some situations, and that can cause problems on the roadways.
I do think that cell that we were watching out in Delaware County, and I'm looking at it from the Tulsa radar too, and I can't really see anything.
Yeah, I don't see anything either. That's concerning right
now. Maybe a little bit north of Grove.
Yeah, I'm in the purple haze on that radar. I'll go to weather 2 here. You're on weather 2. Yeah, a little maybe, but that might also be some artifacting or something like that. That kind of looks like it. No, maybe not. No, I think it is actually. Now that I look at it again, seeing the way it popped up. But again, we're just watching the radar very closely. What everybody needs to know right now is that there is no tornado warning in effect. No tornado warning in effect. There are severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect for portions of Benton and Washington County. If I go back here to the live Doppler radar, I'm going to pull this up full. Peyton, we're still watching your. Whoa, that was a big lightning strike.
Yeah.
That we just saw there on the tail.
Yeah, right as you pull away. That's how it goes.
Right as it pull away. We got to see it barely. But this is where the severe thunderstorm warning is currently in place. So severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 8:45 for Benton and Washington County, as well as Delaware and Adair County. It's for 60-mile-per-hour winds. The hail is below severe limits. There's another severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for western portions of the river valley. Zach, I see exactly what we're about to talk about here. Another severe thunderstorm warning. That's for portions of Sequoia County and LaFleur County at this time. So that's the current severe thunderstorm warnings. But Zach, we need to go to you right now because we need to talk about what's going on iDrive Arkansas. I'm going to pull up this Weather 2 stream and take us through what you're seeing, because this is what I was worried about as well coming into work this morning, about folks being out and about when these storms are pushing to the area. And now we're starting to see some accidents.
So we're looking at iDrive Arkansas, and actually, really, the heavy rain hasn't quite hit Interstate 49 totally. So conditions are about to get a lot worse, and we're already starting to see accidents. So don't go on the roads right now, especially if you're in Northwest Arkansas, the center portion of Benton, Washington County. If you have the appointment or anything to do, hold off, look at the radar, because some heavy rain, some severe storms are coming in. And we do have an accident on Interstate 49 by MLK. It's a slow go this morning. Dangerous travel conditions. We can see heavy rain from this camera. And I do want to, that is Futrell Drive, looking north. So northbound Interstate 49. But here's an accident. Mile marker 67, southbound Interstate 49. And conditions are about to get even worse. The rain is going to pick up. The winds are going to pick up as well. And you might even see some hail. So that's a view. Mile marker 67, southbound. Another accident I want to show you. This is mile marker 73 at Falcon Road. This is once again I-49 northbound. Seeing some pretty heavy traffic. Wow. And the rain is really about to start to pick up in that area, which will make visibilities go down to close to zero. And I can show you the radar and show you what I'm talking about. So that's I-49.
Looks like they're adjusting the camera. Yep, they're moving the camera.
Yeah.
But I want to go to some of those WeatherBug Network cameras. I've been adjusting them a little bit, Zach, because we're starting to get some crazy lightning scenes over some of these cameras. Let's go to Lincoln real quick here. And yeah, we're keeping an eye on the radar in the background right now. Again, it's just, don't want to say just, but it's a severe thunderstorm warning. There's no tornado warnings in effect. We can't stress that enough. There's no tornado warnings in effect right now. It's a severe thunderstorm warning that's in place for portions of Northwest Arkansas and Benton and Washington County. That goes until 8:45. Very heavy rainfall, very strong winds moving through the area, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible with these storms right now, and small hail. But based on what we're seeing on radar, still haven't seen anything that's too concerning at this time. Some of these storms are trying to rotate. You know, there's some elevated rotation that pops up here and there. But at the surface, the 0 to 3 kilometer cape is lacking. And as long as that's lacking, the tornado potential is going to be on the lower side. But again, there are some indications that this could increase, especially as these storms move a little bit farther east. So we're going to be watching this very closely.
Yeah, the models were hinting at that low-level instability increasing.
Yeah.
And you said it. That's the ingredient. I think maybe the one ingredient that we are missing.
That we're missing right now. I mean, because you look at these storms, you look at their bases and stuff like that, and they're elevated.
We could probably look at, mesoscale analysis and see if that's coming back.
Yeah, we could absolutely do that. I do want to kind of keep an eye on these cameras, though, because, we want to see these lightning strikes and stuff like that as they're moving in. We're just kind of flipping through cameras. There's Decatur, so you can see some strong winds. Moving through Decatur right now on the backside of the storm. Bentonville Square camera. You can see very heavy rainfall moving through Bentonville. There's some lightning right there. You just saw a little bit of lightning. Let's go to Bella Vista. I know we got some folks watching in Bella Vista. You can see some pretty foggy conditions right now. Yeah. So like you said, Zach, the roadways are going to be a bit of an issue. And then let's go to our Gaither Mountain camera. Look at that low-level jet. Yeah, I just wanted to mention that real quick.
Just racing by. And when I was driving to work today, those south winds were strong.
Yeah.
They were whipping.
Look at that camera.
Look at hear them.
This camera's shaking. The Huntsville camera's shaking. because of how strong those winds are. Huntsville is going to be a great view, I think, of these storms. This is facing to the west, so you can see those storms kind of racing in there. I'm glad we got that recording right now. There's another look at Lincoln. Again, right now, the severe weather potential favors more damaging winds and small hail. But I'm going to keep an eye on the storm relative velocity. Again, I'm not seeing anything, but again, there's these little areas right there, Zach. Little area near just south of J.
And we're about to enter a time frame where this line of storms will be parallel to our radar site.
Yeah, somebody's mentioning that the rotation by Bull Hollow is going to clip northwest Arkansas. It's not very strong right now, but it is something we're watching. There's the rotation that they're talking about. Again, that's right there. Certainly elevated at this time. You can see there's that rotation right there. There's a little bit more rotation as well near Grove, though that may not line up with the radar as well. But there's these little nubs right here, Zach. I think the second line of storms has a little bit more of favorability to rotate right now, which is interesting because they're encountering an area that's already been impacted by storms.
Yeah.
But sometimes your 0 to 3 kilometer cape can increase along the line, and so that's something to watch very closely here. Any one of these areas could start rotating rapidly, so we'll have to watch that very closely. But right now, no tornado warnings in effect. I'll stress that again. Just severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for portions of northwest Arkansas and the River Valley. Tornado warnings are in effect off to our north right now, where the instability is a little bit greater. At least the 0 to 3 kilometer instability is a little bit greater. And we'll see if those favorable ingredients start to push into northwest Arkansas as well. We'll go a little bit farther down the line here. This area right here does need to be watched. This broken line of cells. If you're watching in the River Valley right now, nothing's going on quite yet, but that's going to change very soon. We got these little cells that are trying to develop right now and trying to ramp up. These look a little bit more, I would say, line normal, Zach, than this cluster here.
Yeah.
I still don't know if this is an outflow boundary or not. That's an interesting feature right there. Don't know if that's like a gust front or what's going on.
They're good at the spectrum width.
Yeah. We can take a look at that. It's interesting.
It might be.
Yeah. Might be a little bit of a gust front.
Good
feature
wind
right there.
particles.
Yeah. But it is something we're watching very closely. What's up, Patrick? We're on the live stream right now.
Oh, I'll stay out.
Yep. So no tornado warnings in effect, but everybody needs to be on standby because there's little areas of rotation that we're still watching. Yep. Thank you, sir. So got some more reports. Folks reporting lightning in Springdale. Let's go. Is any of our Springdale cameras up? Our Northwest Arkansas Hospital cameras up. Looks like pretty heavy rain moving through there. That's pretty much the scenes you're going to see right now for Northwest Arkansas with some lightning as well. Some pretty intense lightning in some cases. We got some folks asking about Rogers. This is the Rogers camera. Looks very elevated right now as that storm's pushing through. There might be another storm that pushes through though within the next 30 minutes to an hour in Rogers.
Yes,
another cluster of storms.
There will be a little break in the action, and then another line of storms comes through.
Yeah,
there's so much energy with this powerful system.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. If I go back here to Mega Doppler, you can see that there's the first cluster of storms moving through Bentonville, Bella Vista, Rogers, Springdale, Fayetteville, and then a second area of storms that's going to be moving through pretty soon. A lot of folks asking about Decatur. Decatur, you're good right now, but there's going to be another area of storms that's going to move through very soon. So here's a look at the Decatur camera. Strong winds, but look at that. There's a second storm right there. You can see that cloud in the distance. We're facing off to the west right now. That's that second storm that's going to be moving through very soon. So that's a look at Decatur. Again, it's strong winds, very strong winds moving through there. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 8:45. I'm interested to see maybe if there's a second severe thunderstorm warning issued because of this area of storms that's moving through as well, Zach.
Yeah, let's see what the base velocity shows for the winds. So maybe not as strong as that initial line. And if you look at the radar from Fort Smith, you see a little bit of rotation south of Grove. But I'm looking at it from the Tulsa radar, and
Yeah,
it's not as defined.
it's not as defined.
But it's still there, so it was worth noting. But as of right now, it looks to just be straight line winds, heavy rain, and a little bit of hail. And when I say just straight line winds, I don't want to downplay that
Right.
because there was actually a fatality just west of Adair County this past weekend.
Yeah.
It was a camper. A tree fell on a camper, and there was no tornado.
Mhm.
It was a straight line wind. So this is why we say stay weather aware. Camping in a severe storm event is really a bad idea.
But you see how this just kind of ramps up and then falls apart really quickly. I mean, a Bull Hollow area is something to watch still. I mean, it lines up. It lines up, and I'll show you what we're looking at right now. There's an area in Bull Hollow right here on Mega Doppler that has a little bit of rotation.
It's got a new severe storm warning.
New severe thunderstorm warning.
I
just
got
got
it with
issued.
it too.
Yep. So there it is. There's the alert right now. We're gonna pull this up. Whole thing's going off. So here's a look at the new severe thunderstorm warning that Zach pulled up. Well, we need to go a little bit farther east there because that's still the first warning that's showing up. Here, let me do that on Weather One.
I got it.
There you go. So Zach's got it right there. So new severe thunderstorm warning that was issued for looks like Benton, Washington, Delaware, Adair counties, as well as Madison and Carroll counties. So a pretty large severe thunderstorm warning that was just now issued, Zach.
And I think you were right because it wanted to include those storms in the back.
Yeah. That's what's going on right now. So you know what we're gonna need to do? We need to do a storm track again. So let's go ahead and get that. How fast is that storm moving? Let's see. We can look at that right now on the severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, that's moving off to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. So we'll take that into account. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to make two storm tracks. So we're going to start with the leading edge of the line. So we're going to move this at 50 miles per hour. This cluster of storms right here. The leading edge of this line along I-49 is going to be moving off to the east-northeast. So Cassville, right on top of you right now. I'm going to move this back to Weather One here. Eureka Springs at 8:52. Huntsville at 9:01 a.m. Green Forest at 9:14. Harrison at 9:42. I know we got some folks that are watching out there. So again, this storm is moving to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour and should be arriving in portions of Carroll, Madison, Boone, and Newton County within the next 30 minutes or so. So that's the first line of storms. Now, the second line of storms is going to be pushing through some of the same areas that were just impacted by that first line. So we're going to draw that line right there. We're going to move that off to the east-northeast. And that is going to be arriving in Bella Vista at 8:57, Bentonville at 9:09, Cassville at 9:20, Fayetteville 9:35, Eureka Springs at 9:43, and Berryville at 10 o'clock. So there's two lines of storms that we're watching very closely in northwest Arkansas. So if you just encountered some shower and storm activity in Decatur, in Bentonville, and Fayetteville, you're still experiencing rain, just want to give you a heads up. There will probably be another line of storms impacting your area within the next 30 to 45 minutes or so. So that's why we made two tracks right there. So I'm seeing a lot of folks talking about rotation and stuff like that. I promise you we're watching it very closely. We see every one of them.
And because we're seeing this line following the previous line, maybe some flooding concerns will pop up.
Yeah, isolated to scattered flash flooding. We do have a slight risk of excessive rainfall in portions of the river valley. We do have a marginal risk for the rest of northwest Arkansas. So isolated flash flooding is a possibility. I mean, the soil can't hold in the rain as well.
Yeah.
I want to show this though, Zach, because we're talking about the second line. Look at this. Starting to move into Siloam Springs right now. Here comes that second line of storms, and look how fast it's moving.
This camera's been great today.
Yeah, it's been very clutch. So this is a Siloam Springs camera. This is the second line of storms. So if you're thinking, all right, we're done in Siloam Springs, we got another area of storms moving through. And so we're going to have to watch this very closely. But again, the 0 to 3 kilometer cape continues to be lacking over our area so far. We want that to continue. As long as the 0 to 3 kilometer cape is lacking, then we'll see a very low tornado potential. If it starts increasing, these storms are going to start rotating and tighten up a little bit more. So this is why we're watching the radar very closely and keeping an eye on these WeatherBug Network camera.
So we're still not anywhere near being done
Yeah,
because we have a secondary line that's just about to move into the forecast area.
absolutely.
And if you're in Siloam Springs right now, it's probably quiet, but there's about to be that line come in. And,
Yep.
there is that tornado potential here moving down south. We haven't checked on these in a while.
Yeah,
Got
those are
some
starting to knock on the
isolated-
doorstep.
Got some isolated cells.
They look like kind of multi-clustered though. You know, they don't look
Yeah,
like
kinda-
super
Kind
cells.
of messy.
They're messy, but sometimes they interact with each other, and we have what's called constructive interference rather than destructive interference.
Yeah,
So what we mean by that is, and Zach's kind of depicting this right now on Mega Doppler. You see these little cells that we're talking about? So constructive interference is a bad thing because that means the severely potential is going to ramp up. That means the cell interaction is helping to aid in an enhancement of low-level rotation within a storm. Destructive interference is what we hope for, which is happening right now with these storms, but that could change. That can decrease the tornado potential because it's impacting that low-level rotation in a negative way. So what we're seeing right now with these storms in southern portions of the river valley, we're seeing more of that, more of these storms kind of lack in terms of that low-level rotation. Peyton, I just saw your private chat. I don't know where you're at right now, but I want to add you back if you still have a good view of something. So he doesn't have his camera pulled up right now, but Peyton, whenever you get your camera pull up. So Peyton, okay, now I see your stream. So you're on right now, Peyton. I'm pulling you up
Yeah.
right. We haven't talked to you in a little while. What's going on where you're at? What are you seeing? We've got a second line of storms. You've probably already seen it. That's going to move to the area very soon.
Yeah, that's what's off in the distance is that second line. But notice those strong low-level jet, those clouds racing across the area from about southwest to northeast-ish. But yeah, I can definitely see that second line of storms out there and approaching the area here in the next little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's little areas of rotation here and there that we've been watching very closely. With the storm, especially near J. Nothing crazy, nothing major, but it's still something we're got to keep an eye on for sure. Obviously, you're a little bit too far away right now to see the features of that storm, but man, that low-level jet is insane.
Yeah, there's another piece that'll be racing across here in just a second.
Absolutely. I want to go, Peyton, I'm going to keep you pulled up, but I'm going to have kind of a two-box view here because guess what, Peyton? We've got Live Storms Media going on right now, and we've got Michael Craddock's stream here. So Michael Craddock is out storm spotting for us, and he is tracking these storms. Is he in Salem Springs right now, Zach?
He's Stillwell.
He's in Stillwell, so he's a little bit farther to the west. So, yeah, he's going to be on these storms pretty soon. Might need to go a little bit farther to the north, honestly. But it looks like he's got a bit of a feature there going on there. Zach, I know you can see that on the live stream. It looks like he's got a bit of maybe a lowering feature there. Looks a little bit lower. Yeah, on his live stream on that second camera. So that's something to watch very closely. So why isn't this on TV? Rhonda is wondering. Well, Rhonda, because we don't have a tornado warning in effect. We don't have severe thunderstorm warnings with destructive tag attached to them. So we will not be on air unless either of those occur. Or if we see something on the radar that warrants us going on TV. But right now, these storms are producing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts in some cases, some small hail, very heavy rainfall, some lightning. But there's nothing there right now that warrants us interrupting live coverage at this time. So if there is something there that warrants that, we will do it. I promise you. But right now, we are just going to stick with the live streams at this time. But Peyton, what's your next course of action? Where are you thinking about going next?
I'm heading a little bit west. Then I might reconvene, but I think going a little bit further north might be the play.
I think so too, honestly, especially where you're currently located right now. I mean, the 0 to 3 kilometer cape is obviously a little bit greater the farther north it needs to go. That's why you got multiple tornado warnings in effect in Missouri right now, and some of them are observed tornadoes. So clearly, the low-level instability is greater the farther north and west you go.
Yeah.
Pretty clear right now. And that's why some of these storms are struggling to take off. But, man, bit more line normal with those storms in the river valley.
QLCS potential.
Yeah, there's QLCS potential, Peyton, in the river valley for sure. We're watching these storms east of Eufaula. Looked a little bit more line normal. So that will be something to watch very closely for the I-40 corridor.
Oh, we just got a new severe storm warning.
And where's
Tornado possible.
and
That is for Berry and McDonald County.
Berry and McDonald
So
County.
that's about to go off.
Yep. So that's about to ring. We're about to see
is
that.
a huge warning that goes very far north up to Springfield.
It makes sense because that's where that rotation is. That's why Peyton's going off to the north right now. Peyton's camera's on the right. Michael Craddock's stream is on the left. He's currently near Stillwell. That is an interesting feature in Stillwell.
Yeah.
That second camera that he's got in the bottom left corner, I'm going to pull his stream up full, Peyton. We're still keeping an eye on yours as well. Look at that view on the bottom left corner of the screen there, folks. That is that's something we got to watch very closely. So we're going to keep a close eye on that in Stillwell. We'll go back to this two-box view. So there's a new severe thunderstorm warning you were talking about, Zach. So this has a tornado possible tag attached to it. So Peyton, you probably just heard us talk about this, but a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Berry and McDonald County in southwest Missouri. And it does have a tornado possible tag attached to it. So,
Yeah, I heard that. I'll be headed up north trying to get back to I-49 right now.
Yeah, so you just be safe. But here's the I'm gonna pull this up full here. This is the new severe thunderstorm warning for Berry and McDonald County. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. So the hail's gotten a little bit more intense, I would say, with those storms. And that has a tornado possible tag attached to it. So we'll have to watch that very closely on Pineville, and Cassville. Ooh.
We got James up there in the Pineville area.
I got James up there. Does he have his stream up right now?
Let me check.
Yeah, let's see if his stream's up. We'll keep an eye on Michael Craddock as well. Looks like he's not live.
No.
What's Colby's stream look like right now? Let's see what Colby's looking
He's
like.
in, I think he's in Fayetteville.
He's in Fayetteville area.
Yeah.
So let's pull up Colby's camera here. So we're gonna go through some of our storm spotters here. So this is Colby Ward's stream. He's currently located in Fayetteville, just west of the University of Arkansas, encountering some very heavy rainfall at this time. That's the first line of storms that's moving through Fayetteville. So Colby is just encountering heavy rain. We look on storm relative velocity, nothing there that's rotating. So just very heavy rain, lightning, strong winds, gusty winds. Otherwise, nothing rotating in Fayetteville at this time. Let's go to Greg Turner's stream. We don't have Greg Turner on our map, unfortunately, but he is streaming. He is on our storm spotter team. So Zach's pulling that up right now. James just came live. So there's a look at Greg's stream. Looks like he's encountering some very heavy rainfall at this time. Don't know where he's located right now, unfortunately, because he's not on our custom spotter network quite yet. But let's go to James. James just now went live. So James is on the tornado possible storm in Berry and McDonald County. He is just off to the north of Pineville. If I go back to Mega Doppler here, you can see James' current position right there, just off to the south and east of Anderson. And this storm does have a little bit of rotation with it. So if we go back to weather one here, this is his stream right now. He is going north towards the Joplin area. And James is right now intercepting that storm. So that's the one that has a tornado possible tag attached to it. So really good stream here from James. We're going to see if he can, if he has any low rains there. That might be the low rain right there. But again, still pretty elevated. Still looks very elevated at this time.
No low rains over northwest
Northwest
No
Arkansas.
lowerings over
I
Northwest
do want to
Arkansas.
say they did extend that tornado watch.
Okay, so that's good to know. So they extended that now to the eastern counties.
Yeah,
So
we've got that.
yeah, pull that up on weather too, because I want to stay on his stream for a little bit, just because it's such a good stream right now. And then we'll pull up that tornado watch as well. Yep, I see Jeremy, people in all caps. Yep, tornado watch just got expanded eastward, so we're about to pull that up right now. But again, I'm going to go back to Mega Doppler because that's where James is currently located. He's just off to the east of Anderson right now. We look at storm relative velocity.
There it is.
There it
just
is right
southwest
there.
of James, and there's the lowering as he's driving south.
Yep.
Looking southwest.
Yep. So we'll have to watch this pretty closely in Southwest Missouri here, Berry and McDonald County. Keep a close eye on this. If you live in Purdy, Cassville, Monette, I know we got some folks that live in those areas that are watching our live stream right now. Keep a close eye on this storm. It's something we're going to be watching very closely here. Jenkins, also under the gun. Really big severe thunderstorm warnings, though. So
We experienced
Yeah.
some, I would say, winds of about 40 to 50, not quite severe at my house.
Yep.
And it was very brief. And there's, these showers and storms out ahead of it hopefully might weaken the severe potential. But there is another line that's back to the west.
Yep.
Can the atmosphere re-energize? It's a big question.
It's a big question. I mean, with cold core setups, you can re-energize in 30 minutes
Yeah.
if you get the 0 to 3 kilometer cape.
But
So-
we don't really have
but
that.
we don't
As
have
you
that.
saw, we're lacking that.
We're lacking that. We also don't have any breaks in the cloud cover. A lot of that low level moisture is racing in.
Yeah.
So we've had a lot of cloud cover throughout the morning hours as well that may be preventing that low level instability from moving in. And that's fantastic news. That's exactly what we want to see. And hopefully that continues. Now, if you live a little bit farther east, the tornado potential is likely going to increase a little bit more because there is that potential to destabilize in Boone, Newton, Johnson, Logan counties. That's where that strong tornado potential does exist. So we'll have to watch that very closely. But this is
Southwest Missouri is produced. So here he is getting off at exit 7.
Yep. So you can see that right now there.
Let me go here. Hold on just a
you're good.
second. I got to update that real fast.
They pull up that storm spotter specific one.
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go.
It should be.
It's in a pretty bad radar hole there.
Yeah, Springfield would probably be the better radar.
I'm looking at
You're looking at
Springfield
Springfield.
right now, and
Uh-huh.
really not seeing a rotation
It
signature.
might, but it
that's
might be
very
elevated.
defined.
It might be elevated. That's the thing. See, look at
Yeah.
that. See how it's more elevated. So
You-
that's
you
the
can
thing.
kind of see it, maybe.
Yeah. It's just really elevated rotation because there's no low level instability right now. So these storms can't extend to the surface.
Yeah.
And we hope that continues. We want that to continue. But Dan just pulled this up. This is the live video from James Hilliger right now as he's moving off to the north. Very heavy rainfall. We looked at iDrive Arkansas just a few moments ago, Dan. Accidents.
Oh, I know.
Everywhere.
I'm hearing about them.
Yep.
I was listening to KLRC.
Yep. Everywhere. People run into very heavy rain. And there's going to be a second line of storms moving through the area. So if you're in Bentonville and Fayetteville, the first batch of storms are starting to push to the east, but there's a second line that we're watching very closely that could produce more heavy rain, more strong winds. And if the 0 to 3 kilometer cape can return and we destabilize, maybe a low end tornado threat as well. So, yes. So, Jessica, you were asking about that. We did a storm track on both lines. I think we can do another one right now. So we did 2 separate storm tracks
Yeah.
on both lines of storms.
First line's dying out, it looks like.
Yeah, the first line's done, so we may not even do another one on that. But if I go
And
back
that's
here,
just some rain and occasional lightning.
yes,
But that looks more cellular to the west.
it does. And then we got these multi-cells that are moving through
The
river valley. Those might be trouble.
I'm concerned about
interacts.
tomorrow morning in the river valley.
I am too.
Yeah.
Along the boundary,
Along a boundary, and you got isolated cells.
Yes.
Those are starting to die out too, aren't they, Zach?
Yeah, but we're thinking, some cell interactions, they can get going again.
but
can.
we also talked about constructive and
Versus
destructive interference. So right now they're being destructive.
Yeah,
They're being destructive.
What was that wave of precipitation out ahead of the line?
like almost like
It's like low level moisture increase.
I don't, but it actually it was a boundary that caused lifting because additional
Oh,
storms popped up.
You talking about this thing here?
Yeah,
So I thought it was an outflow boundary at first,
I don't think it
but
is.
I don't think it is an outflow boundary.
I think it's like a prefrontal trough.
That's what it's got to be, because I was saying there's prefrontals developing
Yeah,
along that particular boundary. It's interesting. Sometimes that can enhance things, but it depends on where those storms are setting up. Right now, they're not very favorable to take advantage of that particular boundary right now because they're so far behind it.
yeah.
They're not. It's out racing it. But here's a look at the storm track real quick because we're going to move back to James' stream here. But I just wanted to give a storm track for everybody wondering. This is for the northern line of storms that's going to be moving through northwest Arkansas again. So this is the second line of storms. So Bella Vista, Castle, Missouri, right around 9:05 to 9:20. Rogers and Bentonville, 9:29. Lowell at 9:36. Fayetteville might see some heavier rainfall from this right around 9:43, and then Eureka Springs a little bit farther to the east at 9:52. I also want to make a storm track because I know some folks are watching in the River Valley. They're wondering about what's going on. There's nothing going on yet, but you got some storms that are not too impressive right now.
No, but the environment that's available can make these storms quickly and rapidly ramp up. And I think that's why the Weather Service precautionary, just saying, you know what, every storm in this environment could be severe.
Well, that's what we saw out in Oklahoma with the Bartlesville tornado. That thing didn't look like anything for forever, and then all of a sudden it ramps up and drops a tornado in like 10 minutes.
Yep.
So this is the kind of environment we have, and I think what's happening too is that you're getting these little breaks in the cap as well, and these storms immediately drop tornadoes in that break, and then they immediately get back into an unfavorable environment.
Yeah.
Become elevated again.
I was wondering if Reed Drummond Pioneer Woman's home was hit because that Pahuska tornado that went basically almost right over her ranch.
Yeah, you were talking about that on Twitter. I saw that. Yeah. It was like right on top. There was 2 areas of rotation.
Oh,
there was
two
distinct.
I wouldn't be surprised there was 2 tornadoes.
Twins. Yeah.
That was wild.
That was wild. And it happened like rapidly. I mean, it happened like you snap your finger.
James's
Boom.
stream is going through some really heavy rain.
Very heavy rain. I want to get back to that. Hold on.
Should just be able to go to palettes and then scroll down and then just click on it right there.
There it is right there. There we go.
Yeah.
Nice. So yeah, look at this stream from James Hilliger.
This is why you don't want to be out driving in this. See the visibility, how low it is.
Yeah, so he just got cored. So
Yep.
that's the end of his chase.
Yep. You're not catching up to him in that
Because
area.
those storms are moving east rapidly.
At like
And
55 miles per hour.
Very hilly area, too.
see if there's any circulation on that. Yeah.
A little bit. Right on top of them.
That's so high up, though. Keep in mind.
Yeah, we're on the Fort Smith radar in
Yeah.
that case.
This is Springfield radar.
Springfield, we go to weather 2 here. Zach's got that pulled up. It's elevated rotation. If I bet if you went up in tilts,
And
you'd
those
see
are
that.
all inbound winds, too.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
So there's no outbound. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just missing that low level cape, which is great.
That's the one missing
Love that.
ingredient.
One missing ingredient. Everything else is there. The shear is good.
Man, even in the River Valley, it doesn't. Some of those storms are starting to lose their features. But again, they could ramp up really quickly. So we're going to be watching these all morning long and not going to let our guard down. Where is James Hilliger? So we can show you that on Mega Doppler. Let me go back here to Mega Doppler and pull that up for you. There's
Just to
James.
the east of Anderson.
Just to the east of Anderson right now. So he's getting cored, as Dan called it. That's the heavy rain core that's moving overhead. And basically it means your chase is over when the storms are this.
Can do that too. Bring up weather 1 full.
Yes.
Maybe we could bring up his stream right there.
I'm going to move this a little bit this way. That's a good
So
looking
that's
view.
live video from James Hilliger as
Yes.
he's driving through that big storm. And what's wild is the rain is going to disappear here soon as that line pushes to the east of them, and it will happen here shortly.
Yeah.
Like probably in 5-10 minutes, you won't see any rain at all.
Go.
It'll just be
Like that.
gone. I saw that. I'm surprised Zach's letting you eat those.
He actually ate a few.
That is a false
Yeah,
statement.
he actually ate a few. Yeah. So yeah, a lot of folks talking about the low level instability and lack of it. We hope that continues, because as long as that is lacking, the tornado potential will also be very low.
Not a stupid question, Kerry. You're asking about the reds. That just indicates higher reflectivity in the radar, which
Mhm.
means basically heavier precipitation.
Absolutely.
There's call cord. Yeah, bring that up
Yeah,
because
this one's
that other cell. Yeah, that's
There you go.
something that's starting to develop.
Ramp it back up again. It's been ebbing and flowing.
So that back edge of the line is what caused me to come in. The first line, I'm like, no, I'm not really worried about that. Second line, though,
It's interesting.
We'll see if that does develop, but that does show a little bit more.
You know what? We need to go to Peyton right now. Let's go to Peyton, because Peyton right now is just off to the north and east of Decatur. And I'm going to pull him up right now. And Peyton, I'm going to unmute your mic as well. Oh, because he muted himself. But Peyton, you're right now just off to the south and west of Bentonville, according to Spotter Network. And Dan was just mentioning this, and some of our viewers as well. There's an area of rotation that's starting to move out of Delaware County right now, just to the north of Gulfport, and that could be impacting you very soon.
Yeah, I might be trying to move north just a little bit, or should I stay right where I'm at?
I think you should move north, to be honest. You should head towards Gravett.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was aiming, but I wasn't sure if I wanted to go that far west, because by the time I get there,
well, maybe head up to Hiwassee. Maybe use that highway, State Highway 279, instead of using Highway 59. That might
I'm
be
about to hop on 49.
Oh, you're heading east.
I am east right now, with traffic and everything.
And are you on the
only
interstate?
fast
I
option.
don't think you're on the interstate. I think you're still on the highway, right?
Yeah, I'm still on 102.
102.
102.
Yeah.
That's going to be tough.
That's going to be tough because you might run into traffic too on 102 because people are going to be backed up.
Right.
Well, let's see here. Let's see. I'm going to try to map out maybe something for you.
You don't want to go down that.
If you go down there, I mean, it's going to be bad traffic.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you can turn around, if you can, maybe, and then head back west.
You can do 49 right here.
Yeah, that's true. That bends. Yes. Yeah, maybe you should keep heading east and then get on 49 and then head towards the Gravett area. I think that's going to be your best bet.
Yeah, this is the turn to get on 49 right now.
Yeah. So just stay safe because I know you're running into a little bit of rain. You should get a break in the activity, or you got a break in the activity.
Right.
But, I think you should still be able to get to that storm if you get on 49 and head north.
Yep.
So we'll keep an eye on your stream. I'm going to keep an eye on your Spotter Network dot, and then we'll pull you back up once you get a little bit closer because I know you're going to have a good view of the storm as it races off to the north.
That sounds good.
So,
and James is in position too to catch that one when it comes into Southwest Missouri.
That's true. Yeah, he's coming in right now. So I'm gonna pull this up full again. So this is James's stream along with normalized rotation now. It lines up. It's there. Lines up with the radar, lines up with reflectivity. A little bit of hail.
Other cells. Let's see. This cell looks suspect too.
Yeah, always near 10 killer.
Mm-hmm.
Every time it gets near that area, it goes off. That's interesting.
Storm motion from the warning right here.
Yep. So that's going to be heading towards Adair County very soon here. Michael Craddock, I believe he's streaming as well. He does have his stream.
Yep.
So
I'll bring that up.
Yeah, we can pull that up here. I'm going to move this iPad over here. So we got all of our storm spotters, quite a few storm spotters out and about right now, which is fantastic because they're giving us some great views. There's Michael Craddock near Stillwell. Doesn't that look interesting?
Picture on a picture.
Yeah, I love that. And he was driving near Stillwell. There was a bit of a interesting feature there.
Oh
He
yeah.
was getting on camera. So
This is that structure, and you can bring that up.
mhm.
Bring that up on weather 2.
Yep.
And then right here.
Oh yeah, weather 1.
There
There you go. There's Michael Craddock's video. So he has a double shot here.
He's got a picture and a picture.
Uh-huh.
Take all that off there, but this is Michael Craddock.
Look at that cloud moving in there.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the same view or that's looking a different location, a different direction.
Yeah.
I think it is. But right in the middle of the screen would be the area of concern to watch.
Yeah, it's there. I'm going to look at the last few radar scans. It's ramped up a little bit, Dan.
I know.
Yep. That is something we have to watch. There's no tornado possible tag on that warning yet.
But remember, this tornado watch goes until noon. So
Yep.
go to call courts and see that one. Start
the weekend. It just kind of ramps up, falls apart. Been doing that all morning. But hey, if you live in, I know a lot of folks are asking about Gravit, Decatur. It's going to get loud again. There's going to be some more storms in just a few moments in those areas. So could encounter some strong winds, some heavy rainfall. It's going to be moving in pretty soon here. Not a whole lot of lightning with that, by the way. Pull up the lightning. There's no lightning with that cell.
Yeah, that means our instability is
Snapped. Which is what you talked about. The
atmosphere soaked up.
Yep, the atmosphere can't recover in time. Now I bet you this storm has lightning.
That's coming right toward Washington.
Fayetteville didn't really get a whole lot of activity.
Gator camera. We got the view of that cell that's coming into Colcord. You can kind of see a little bit of base on the distance, but not extremely low. A sign that that's not even. It's a cell.
It's a cell.
Yeah.
It's there. It's a gummy cluster. It's there. It's held together.
Go back to weather 1, and you can see right now that's Michael Craddock. That storm's falling apart.
It is. It's crazy. There's no 0 to 3 kilometer cape. You see where it's falling apart. It's not falling apart, above 5,000 feet.
No.
But below 5,000 feet, because we're lacking the 0 to 3 kilometer cape, it just can't stay together. It can't become surface based. I did show that on air.
All the way to Arkansas.
Yes, and that's crazy. It got wider. A lot of folks this morning were surprised that there was a high risk issue. I noticed that on social media, but dramatized. Yeah.
Dramatized.
Yes.
Pretty capped.
Yeah.
From Little Rock. Cap really can play a role in the windshield.
It's insane. The cap could also, prevent these storms from developing too early.
I was gonna say sometimes having a cap over the tank right worse during the actual.
As long as you can break it, right?
Yep.
You can eat it. But what's the cloud cover look like?
And don't have a cape robber.
Cape Robber from Springfield, we've got those storms still produced in the southwest.
That's how dynamic the atmosphere is. I mean, there's so much energy. Let's look at.
Shows a slight cap for us.
Nothing. At all.
But
That's why you have all those tornado winds. It's crazy. That one ingredient. Now it does ramp it up.
Ramps it up. And remember that tornado watch for our eastern counties, that was reissued. That's for early out. So that'll be something. A lot of clouds too. Yeah, so there's some of those overshoots.
Yep.
So that's actually pretty impressive.
That is impressive. For a storm that's not producing any lightning or anything.
That's got it.
I looked up the lightning. Go up to the
Maybe
north.
that's starting to take.
Up to there's the cell right there. Oh, but here's your 10 killer cell. And that one That's the one. That's the
Oh,
overshooting
the
top.
one that has
That's the
overshooting.
overshooting top.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Well, that's impressive, and that's got to be watched. That's a little concerning. Now the rotation maybe not as stout, but it could ramp back up again. Well, IR
sandwich. Yeah.
That's a cool view.
Man, that's a lot of cold cloud tops, but you can really see most of the others just northeast of Tahlequah, which is that cell, and that could cause some low-level rotation if it's increased.
It lines up. There's normalized rotation. There's a look at the storm that we're talking about. It's just off to the south of 10 Killer. The 10 Killer effect. Holy cow.
Look at the mesosector here.
Get back to this.
Yeah, this is the mesosector. Storms erupting, but look at this last few images. That really took off. Look at that. So that's
Rapidly.
some pretty impressive energy that's coming in.
That is moving towards Siloam Springs.
Yeah, that's going to be towards Washington County too.
Yep.
So that's going to be Selma County.
Absolutely.
I think looking at that, being under a tornado watch,
Mhm.
the tornado ties.
Gotta show that here. Tornado tie is.
Tornado tie has been activated. This thing looks like it's been through a tornado. Look at this.
How long have you had that one?
Wow.
That's-
Several years.
I'm just gonna let you. The camera's gonna follow you. It's on the tie.
Say bye to that.
Yep.
Bring it back to
Zach, you know, with these storms ramping up, I think it might be time. Are you actually gonna have one?
No.
You reached your hand out, dude.
I was just
Look at this. Yeah. He wanted one.
pulling your leg there.
He wanted one.
I don't.
That's funny.
I don't.
That's funny. You can smell it. It smells like. It smells good.
Straight sugar.
It smells fantastic. There's your grapple right there, by the way. That is grapple. Why is he putting the tornado tie on? Well, because we've got a little bit of rotation that we're watching. You guys have to do push-ups. All right. We'll do them after these storms pass. Obviously, we'll have time to play. Yeah, there's a look at the rotation. Again, look at 10 Killer right now, Zach. Look at that. That is interesting. That is ramping up a little bit. We've got to watch this very closely. Man.
Yeah, so we're looking at Adair County rotation. Looks to be on the increase. And one of our storm spotters, Michael Craddock, is actually looking right at this storm. So thank you for him being out there. I already got some.
He reaches
Really?
He reaches
Michael Craddock is. I was just joking. Michael Craddock is looking at that storm that is strengthening.
Yeah, near 10 Killer. Again, it's enhanced. It's getting a little bit stronger. I noticed that.
This is the one that we have to watch.
Look at the inrot. Look at that.
Look at it from the INX.
Yeah.
Yeah.
INX. It'll be closer.
Just because Fort Smith radar is so high up.
They drop off the severe thunderstorm warning. Looks
Yeah,
like they
right
did.
now there's the only severe storm warning is for southwestern Missouri.
Yeah. I think we're about to see a new severe thunderstorm in Adair County, Washington.
All right, we got INX radar loaded up.
It's not as impressive, but set the storm for sure.
Yes, sir.
We definitely have some. Let's see.
Here, pull up pull up Michael Craddock. So Michael
Yeah.
Craddock right now is in Stillwell. He's moving towards the 10 Killer area right now. Thank you.
So
Appreciate
he's
that.
going to have. It's ramping up, but it's still kind of falling.
So in the lower levels, the rotation is not as tight. It's just all the ingredients have to come together.
Well, they sure did in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Early. I mean, that 2 to 3 kilometer gate was in excess of 100 in one spots. It's kind of falling apart a little bit.
I'll show you what Dan's looking at right now.
Yeah, so we've got, obviously you can see all of our spotters that are located on the screen. We've got this cell that's severe thunderstorm warning in southwest Missouri. Well, that is a large severe thunderstorm.
It's massive, dude. It's like 10 counties.
That thing is huge. That looks like a watch.
That's Zach Gilday after the gym, right there.
So this right here, little bit of a weak shear boundary, but nothing to be too concerned with. I bet you that's got some structure though. Let's look at James Phillips' stream. Yeah. Bring that mega Doppler up. Yeah, you got mega Doppler up on this stuff.
Where is it? Oh. I think he comes.
Where the weakest storm.
Where the weakest storm
Yeah,
is.
he
Yep.
is. Yeah.
Nothing. Okay.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Keep up with Pradix. But yeah, the overshoot, that was pretty impressive. You can see that energy.
Absolutely. It is crazy though, because we did see in real time from the stream as well though, that surface-based feature literally just got ripped apart.
Yeah, dude.
I mean, like live. It was crazy.
All right, so just
Okay.
west of Westville, there is a little bit of rotation that's showing.
Maybe a new area.
Yep.
Yep, that's what I was about to talk about. Let's take that right there. So this is what we're talking about. So
Just west of Christie.
south of Christie, you can see that kind of enhancement right there. It's ebbing and flowing a little bit. Let's look at normalized rotation. It lines up. There it is right there.
And you can see the feature too.
He's disgusted.
Oh, where'd those come from?
Dude,
Oh,
it's
come
like, yeah,
on.
came from the heavens.
Manna from
Manna from heaven. Just like gummy clusters.
Can't be eating that.
Gotta have your pre-workout.
That is so disappointed right now.
Dan was like, I'll take the whole box. Crush the whole box.
You can see the structure on that storm looking off in the distance. And we've got that bring up weather. There's the storm on there.
There's the base. The contrast is not very good.
New Washington increases the inflow.
This is right along Highway 62, by the way. Just off to the south and west. Westville, near Christie. Moving northeast. So this will be impacting Washington County. So if you live Westville, Lincoln.
Let's do a track
Watts-
on it.
Yeah, we need to do a track.
I'll do one on that.
Let me know when that's up. I'm going to make this.
Oh yeah, this looks like cell interaction too.
It is. So we got weather 2 pulled up right now.
Yeah, I think I've got the speed at about 45. I think with our speed.
Yeah, this second line is about 45 to 50.
I'm going to take this. We're going to do a track. We're going to do a fairly narrow track.
Yeah.
So these are some of the areas that will be impacted. So you got Christie at 921, which is like basically right in the path of that circulation. Cincinnati at 935, Lake Weddington 946, and then you've got Tawnytown just about, I'd say a little after, right around 10 o'clock. Yeah.
I went ahead and made this here because we've got Michael's stream. Just gonna put Megan Doppler with his stream at the same time. That way we have that on.
It's still showing up.
That
On
lines up.
circulation, but trying and then falling apart. So maybe that'll continue to fall apart.
Just the atmosphere has been worked over.
Yeah.
It absolutely has.
That's why the second clusters aren't as impressive.
Like a leg workout. A leg workout, your legs are worked over, man.
Dude,
You gotta keep going.
is it leg day?
Was 3 days ago.
Leg day for you.
It's always leg day for Zach.
What about cardio?
So let's reset here. Tell everybody what's going on. So we've got on Heil Heating, Cooling, Mega Doppler, some storms that are not severe, not really gaining intensity in the river valley. We've got the radar on INX at the moment, just because we want to look at this storm. It does have a little bit of lightning with it, a sign that the storm is stronger. So we can tell that there is low-level instability a little more with that cell that's popping up. We also know, too, that the overshooting top was developing, so you can tell this storm is pretty intense when you look at the satellite. And this will be one that produces a little more heavy rain. We'll see what this does as it comes into northwest Arkansas. Did that 0 to 3 kilometer cape actually move in? We will find out. And then you've got in northwestern Washington County and southwestern Benton County, that cell is going to be tracking into that area. So we do have a track on this. There's a look at where that's headed. As of now, it's going to be in northern Washington and southern Benton County, and Savoy at about 9:48, Wheeler at 9:53, and just after 10 o'clock in Springdale.
You'd be shitting me.
Oh. Peyton. We heard that. Be careful.
Yeah, watch the mic. Watch the mic.
So there's a look at circulation dying on the
Dying
latest
again.
scan.
Keep doing it. We like to see that.
Yeah. There's a circulation on the scan.
Still there.
Still there,
you
but
see
it's
weakening.
It's weakening clearly. It's crazy. I mean, it's just one missing ingredient.
Yep. They ramp up and then they die out. They ramp up and then they die out. So
It is pretty impressive, though, how these storms are still like this storm is so strong, on Mega Doppler right now, with that overshooting top, still able to be that strong, even though the environment's been worked a little bit.
yep.
Shows you how dynamic the system is, how much energy is moving through. And this is why the severe weather potential is going to be in place for Thursday and Friday as well, especially in the river valley along the boundary. Even though we're going to have multiple rounds of showers and storms, we're still going to be able to destabilize south of that boundary. And what concerns me about both of those days, too, is like we all talked about earlier, some storms can ride that boundary, and you can see a big-time enhancement in that low-level wind shear and that rotation. So we're not done after today, folks, not by a long shot.
Yeah, we've got heavy rain potential too. So
Yeah.
as you mentioned. So Michael Craddock's getting closer. So we'll start to see maybe a little bit of structure. Lincoln would have a shot of that storm too as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And just that is not any
Look how
type
high
of low
base
level.
is.
Yeah, it's high base.
It's nothing right now.
It's high base.
Keep it up.
Last night, I was looking at the computer models, and it wasn't really showing, crazy storms.
Intense storms. I know, but it also didn't show a lot of storms at all.
Yeah.
That's true.
And that's not
Clearly
the
not the case.
Yeah.
Well,
So
also,
there's a fine line to walk,
Well, it's also dead wrong on the temperatures this morning. And the HRRR kept consistently saying, oh, yeah, it's going to be in the middle 60s in northwest Arkansas this morning. It was 72 degrees in Fayetteville.
That was
like
the morning low?
That was like the morning low. Yeah, 71, 72 degrees.
I knew it would.
Never
be.
got below 70.
Yeah, I doubt it would.
That plays a big difference. I mean, there's a difference between 65 and 71, 72 degrees, especially when it comes to the cap and other factors. And then the storms don't break out because it's too strong with the cap, especially at, in the elevated areas. And
This this is the best case scenario. We've got storms coming in. We will get rain. We are under a tornado watch, but I don't know. I don't know if this is going to produce, and I'm thankful for that.
And we're getting rain that we need.
Now we're getting a little more base of a thunderstorm off to the west from Decatur. You can kind of see that base right there.
That looks
This is from a cell. It looks better, but then you look at the radar and it's not as impressive.
Nothing. Any lightning on it?
Nope.
Nothing. Those northern storms, they're running into the sapped environment.
But boy, the wind shear is crazy.
Woo!
Pretty strong winds.
Absolutely.
But then you got this area. We'll go back to our mega Doppler source. This area that's approaching microcratic. So we can go to, I'm going to bring this up on mega Doppler on weather 1. There we go. And so you can see his location. He's located, as you can see, he's about to encounter that cell. And I just don't see.
He's about to punch that thing.
Yeah. Nothing.
Nothing.
Died.
It's gone.
Fell apart. So Oklahoma had the circulation and had the tornadoes.
Because there was 0 to 3 kilometer Cape.
Mm-hmm.
It was actually in place.
How about this, though? Here's a great comment right here. 200 customers without power, Carroll County and Benton County. So
thanks for that report. So obviously there's still issues right now. There's still some things that these storms are impacting. But tornado potential is.
Oh, there you go. We got a little bit better of a view of the circulation or of the base of the storm.
Oh, yeah.
So he's getting a better view here. I'll bring that up for you. So
yeah.
If you're just tuning in, this is Michael Craddock, live storm spotter video. That is the base of the storm. Just not really showing up.
That does look a little bit more impressive, though.
Yeah, but look at how it's kind of, you can see kind of like detached clouds at the base. So if you look at the bottom, it's a shelf cloud.
Yep.
Precipitation that's behind it.
It's very solid.
Sloping away.
Not
But
favorable.
you can see the strength of the low level winds. Look at how fast those clouds are moving.
We were talking about that this morning. Our Harrison Gaither mountain camera. I mean, like I was showing that all morning long because you could see the low level jet. It was just insane. I mean, it was
I know.
whipping, dude.
Yeah.
I bet. Let me look here.
We had a wind advisory last night. Like,
Oh, the winds were crazy.
super rare to be that windy at night.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I stepped outside this morning at like midnight, and I was like, "Woo,
Yeah.
this is crazy." My hair was going back. and
Yeah,
everything.
same.
Well, we're starting to get a little more lightning with that cell, but not seeing anything of immediate concern. So here's the deal. We're going to switch back real quick to Mega Doppler just to show you that we do have, we'll keep a stream on there because that's too good to miss.
Yeah, it's good.
But we do have this complex of storms, a little bit of lightning popping up now in western Benton County. Not severe. None of these storms are severe except for southwest Missouri, which has a severe thunderstorm warning the size of a state.
Size of Rhode Island.
This will provide some heavy rain, some brief downpours. As you can see, a very impressive shelf cloud that's moving in. But that's about it. And now here we got a cell that's starting to pop up a little more.
That's an isolated supercell, potentially.
Yeah, and that could be focused in LaFleur County,
Rum,
Scott
Tulsa.
County. Yeah,
Radar
no,
too.
I'm going to switch here soon.
But
I don't want to, because we'll be parallel to the beam.
yeah, we don't want to do that. I will say the River Valley, there's a reason why there's an enhanced risk in the River Valley.
Yeah.
The ingredients, the atmosphere is going to be allowed to destabilize maybe a little bit more in the River Valley, and we may see that cap erode in the River Valley as well. So there's going to be more time for that low level instability to move in.
I was also thinking, and see what you think about this. I was thinking that enhanced risk is in the River Valley for the morning round too, because it covers 7 a.m. to 7 a.m.
Yes.
So I was thinking there would be more storms in coverage tomorrow morning that will be focused in the river valley.
right around 3-4 o'clock.
And that's why they have that.
Yeah.
So no, Bentonville, and as far as tornado potential, we'll have to watch this cell, but maybe it's in the clear in terms of that, but it is not in the clear of terms of rainfall. You will get additional rain and some lightning and thunderstorm activity.
Maybe some small hail too. Can't rule that out. But it's still below severe limits.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a little bit of hail near Watts.
Very
That's it.
small. Very small.
These aren't your raging supercells. There's just no doubt about that. We've got some heavy rain coming in. Here comes that shelf cloud. Look at how it's so detached. So I'm gonna bring that up full again, just so you can see.
Yeah, that's.
So, by the way, you just saw this. This is Michael Craddock, who's located at Westville. So he's in the town of Westville.
It's not a bad little view right there. That's a hard area to get a view.
Yeah. Highway 59 is a nightmare to chase.
Yeah.
No, they expanded that actually at 8 o'clock this morning, Brendan. So high risk is across eastern Arkansas. We know the energy's there.
The energy
Pretty
is there.
impressive.
Yes.
And the low level instability will return farther east because it's going to be able to do that for several hours. Maybe a little bit of a circulation showing up there in southwest Missouri. Josh was looking at this.
Yep. We're watching that just to the northeast of Jane.
Someone said it's getting weird in the fort. And that cell that's coming in, maybe
that's going to be
continue to watch.
I am a little concerned about that cell. That one's explosive.
We'll zoom out on the wider view.
That is definitely the strongest cell.
So I'm going to bring that up. You'll encounter some rain. So let's go back to Mega Doppler. Do a wide view here. Yeah. So this is the river valley. Mm-hmm. And you can see Fort Smith on the screen, McAllister. That cell that's south of McAllister, that is going to be one to watch. Because that doesn't look like it's been overworked. There's been no rain out ahead of it. It's right on the boundary.
Got some nudger potential.
And so, yeah, you're going to be watching that. So go back up to northwest Arkansas. By the way, here comes the shelf cloud rolling overhead. And that's the end of your view. Very limited structure on that cell.
Chase over.
Chasing is not easy, man. That's for sure, especially in this area.
No.
So you need rain in Springdale. Guess what? You've got it coming, Marcy. In fact, you can see it right here. So this is that cell that's moving in. Nothing really major or severe. That's why, number one, we're not on TV.
Yeah, we had to mention that earlier.
Another reason we're not on TV is they're recording a newscast, not a newscast, but a show, a variety show called Good Day NWA. And it's in a different studio as they're recording that. But that takes up our sources for the board and for the director's board. However, if there were really bad storms, then we would be able to interrupt that and we would go right into severe weather coverage.
Yeah, it was a win-win for everybody because we didn't have to interrupt them. So they were able to record.
But Bentonville's going to get some heavier rain. Look at James is already back in Bentonville.
Dude, that guy's like Reed Timmer.
Did he teleport?
Reed Timmer teleports.
Yeah.
We need to get their
like
technology. Zach, next time I take him on Chase, we're gonna teleport. All right, let's go.
Just don't do it in front of the cops.
Yeah, especially in Oklahoma.
So there's Gravit, Hiwassee, Bella Vista is going to be receiving some pretty heavy rain. In fact, there's the weather bug. Network camera. Okay.
It trolled you.
Oh man.
It was trolling you, dude.
Let's go down the line. Decatur's experiencing some rain. And see, look, those cloud structures are not attached to the base. So there's no low-level instability. So the tornado potential is not very great, which is great.
Which is great.
Yeah. Siloam Springs, they've already gotten the heaviest rain, so that's probably going to be winding down. Definitely a little bit of a menacing base, but that's already passed. Constantly looking at little circulations.
Just can't stop looking.
Harbor should be replaced, but not yet. P Ridge should be fixed, but not yet. Now let's look at the river valley here. Ooh, pretty sunny,
Yeah,
pretty clear.
some breaks.
That's why that cell will need to be watched. And look, it's got elongated circulation too. If you look at that cell, go back to that velocity image. Let's go ahead and switch radars too now while we're at it. Yeah, so we'll do that. So while we're doing that, we'll see Michael Craddock driving through that heavy rain.
You can see Fort Smith and weather too.
Oh yes, we also have that view. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's pretty impressive.
So there's the velocity signature.
That's not bad.
Go back to Mega
What's the
Doppler.
hail with that?
Nothing right now.
Nothing. Yeah. That little bit.
It is just starting to develop though. Yeah, so no more thunderstorms. That's a great question. No more thunderstorms after this comes through for our area, except for that little isolated cell that's in the river valley. There might not be a whole lot coming through.
Yeah,
Is that what you're expecting?
I'm expecting that. I said really the storm's kind of cut off right around 2 p.m. in our area,
Yeah.
in our weather coverage area. But I'm not anticipating any more development during the afternoon or evening. But tomorrow morning, once again, we're going to have to watch these storms very closely in the river valley.
So here's the loop. And once that line comes through, well, it's trying to develop additional storms right here. You see that?
Oh my goodness!
Third
The
line?
third line.
All right.
There's going to be multiple waves, but keep
So
in
much
mind the
energy.
atmosphere is already sapped.
So much energy though. It tells you though, this is why the heavy rain threat is so large this week.
Yeah,
Because I mean, you just get round after round.
and this is going to be a downpour right here. This is a nice little cell right here that's going to bring a downpour, especially in parts of Benton County. Let's do a track on this cell. I think that's a good idea because it's this one that we're concerned about.
That's the big boy.
Yeah, that's got supercell characteristics. So let's see here.
It's detached. It's got some nudger potential.
Yeah, I think that's like more supercellular than QLCS.
Definitely supercellular. Yeah.
So we'll do a storm track on that. Let me go ahead and we'll get that up here in a second. I just want to know the motion. So it's probably maybe 45 miles per hour, I bet.
Yeah, that'd be about 45
So
miles
let's
per
do
hour.
a track and let's put that like this. Let's see. Oh, it's more northerly. Unless it right turns. I'm gonna draw a little bit better of a storm track. Yeah. Well, the next 2.5 hours, here's what you can expect. So Fort Smith, 11:26. So about 2 hours from now. Here's your track right here on that cell. So Panama, Panama at 10:58. Salisaw, 11:09. Fort Smith, 11:26 a.m. So, like we said, just about a little less than 2 hours from now. Someone said it's getting weird in the fort. Now,
That's two people that said that.
now this storm could right turn, but I think that's a pretty good estimate of what it looks like here. Yeah. Pretty good estimate of the motion of the track. By the way, I increased the text font on those times, and then also too when the menu pops up. Oh, you don't have it. But if you pop up the menu, it doesn't cover up the menu anymore.
Oh, nice.
So that pops up on the screen, kind of a little bit over to the side,
it just doesn't.
so you can pop up the menu. The interactive menu.
Oh yeah,
When
I don't
we're
have the
doing-
interactive
no.
palette on right
No,
now.
yeah. Just got a tornado watch in Farmington. So that was issued a while ago.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
I
Wonder what service that was saying that there was a tornado watch just now.
think it's Facebook profile.
What?
I think it's a Facebook profile.
Yeah, but I just don't know like if that was off of Facebook
Yeah.
or if that or she's just commenting on that.
Well, I mean, with Facebook, the algorithm, you'll probably see this live stream a week from now, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And act like it's new material. Facebook.
So tornado watch until noon for the counties. This is a little bit tricky because there's two of them overlapping. So there's this one right here that goes until noon, and that's for Carroll and Madison County. And then you got areas to the east of that until 4 p.m., and that includes the weather service out of Little Rock. Now, Boone, Newton, Johnson, Logan, Scott County, that won't be until 4 a.m. or 4 p.m. That'll be canceled a lot sooner than that.
Yeah, because it's the far western
Yeah.
fringes of that particular watch.
Here comes the rain as Josh is moving around. We're watching that isolated cell closely. But the heavy rain's about to come down in northwest Arkansas. In fact, we could bring up some iDrive cameras, I bet.
Yeah.
Let's do that as that line starts to move in. No, you know what? The 412 Illinois Bridge would be a great spot.
Yeah, I like that camera.
This will be a good one as you see that rain starting to come down. So here's iDrive. This is looking westbound.
Illinois River. This is Highway 412 east of Salem Springs. What about this one's? Camera near Sonora.
Well, there's nothing over there.
Nothing there right now.
Yeah.
While
While he's doing that, I'm going to bounce to Megadoppler real quick.
we're just gonna go find some more cameras. It doesn't look like there's any accidents right now.
Oh, is Colby streaming?
Let's see here. He was streaming.
Hit refresh, yes.
Yeah, he's still streaming.
Okay. Ooh,
I
look at
like
that.
his stream
That's-
because it has a little radar at the bottom.
That's
Yeah,
heavy,
that's
heavy rain. So there's Colby Ward's stream.
And what you're basically seeing right now is about the extent of what you'll get if you go storm chasing with them. Just a bunch of rain and wind.
Yeah.
That's about the extent of it, So you guys are getting a sneak peek.
I do like the radar on there for live purposes, though. That,
Pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, it actually fits perfectly with our banner. Not bad.
So it's kind of hard to see what it is, but yeah, you can see the storm. I don't think he's got a storm relative velocity in there either. But anyways, that's the cell, and you can see how heavy that rain is. That's a pretty heavy rain that's coming in. So this will be great. Great wet rain for Springdale. Go back to our big radar here.
There's Colby right there.
Yep.
Moving along Highway 412. Really just rain, maybe some gusty winds,
Occasional lightning.
occasional lightning.
No circulations. No
Not seeing any hail.
rotations. No hail. Because you got 180 at 2 knots.
Oh yeah. Storm motion's messed up.
Yeah, let's try this. There you go. Oh, 50? I don't know. That might be a little fast. It's amazing how much it changes when you put the right storm motion in there,
I know.
which is kind of tough sometimes without a warning to set the motion. From.
Yeah, you had to place it from the marker.
This might be going severe here pretty soon. Still looking a little suspect right there on that cell, but
But it doesn't have any 0 to 3 kilometer cape.
yeah, it might not.
So it's still
unless it's
struggling.
returned. Now look at all this right here. There are some things. This is that boundary that came through.
Yeah.
The weirdest thing.
It's little showers breaking out.
Yeah, it's an enhanced lifting boundary.
Uh-huh.
There's no doubt about that.
So it's yeah. And so that's what's been causing all these little
storms ahead of the main line. So
Prefrontal.
picking up in Centerton, yeah. It's just going to be rain. Nothing major. That's why we're not even on the air right now, as I mentioned.
I was looking at the latest, and it looks like the surface instability is creeping its way back in.
Is it? In terms of 0 to 3 kilometer Cape?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, because those low level winds are very, very strong. So
Well, the rap.
Oh, yeah.
Ton of 0 to 3 kilometers.
the tornado watch before 4 p.m. will easily be canceled in Pope County. So you got to remember that watch. It's kind of real misleading, but you got the western side of the watch that's going to go basically the earliest it'll be canceled because the storms are going to be moving from west to east. And 4 o'clock is the eastern extent of the watch. So there's a look at that cell that's moving into Benton County.
There's more storms that are developing.
But they're not.
They're not severe.
Nothing.
They're nothing.
Yep. We dodged a bullet, folks. I mean, this is a massive to have a high risk, and all you do is you get just some general thunderstorms. That's pretty impressive.
Got lucky.
That's getting lucky.
Yeah.
It's not over yet.
Charles Peak, by the way, in northeast Arkansas.
Yeah, that's probably the right way to go. So after this, when is the next chance for severe weather? Have you gone through all that?
We have not been able to go into detail about our next severe weather threat. I've got graphics though that we can go to on Weather 1. So let's go to Weather 1. Let's go to my show.
Go ahead. Yeah, go to your show,
Yeah.
and Zach will let you take the reins here. Yeah,
Yeah,
go to
let's
the
do it.
SBC day 1.
Yeah, so let's do it day 1 first. Yeah, let's just go through all the latest timing and stuff.
I haven't
like
even
that.
seen this one yet.
All right, so here we go. We're going to go through the risk, and then we'll go back.
Yeah.
And, you got it. God protected us. And that could be that little, the hand of God pushing that little green line, forming additional storms that are popping up out ahead of it, no doubt. All right, so here's the risk. That's a high risk. That's a 5 out of 5. Tornado outbreak possible. But, there's always failure modes. There are times when high risks get issued and they don't end up producing anything.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the failure mode for this system is going to be the storm mode.
Yeah.
I would say the storm mode could be too messy for these storms to really take off. We could see a lot of destructive interference.
Uh-huh. Did you show QLCS graphic? Did you show that or no?
Didn't get to show that.
Okay, all right.
Maybe we should show that.
No, that's a little.
I want.
Let's give it a break.
It's such
here.
a good graphic.
But anyway, so I think you zoom in here.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So,
and you'll see that we're not in the high risk, but we are in the 3. The timing, 6 a.m., exactly what we're seeing storms. And you see, we got to adjust all that. That's all right. Don't worry about it. We'll adjust that later.
We'll adjust it later.
New updates. Okay. So here's the individual risks. Now, remember, over time, these storms, as they move into eastern sections of our weather coverage area, we will still have that tornado potential. So, Amanda, for Benton and Washington County, we're not totally done yet, but we're getting very close. Yeah. I'm exhausted.
I'm exhausted.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
Yes.
I'm exhausted too.
Mm-hmm.
The farther east you go, the more intense these storms will be, not only because of daytime heating, but all that stuff. So I think Benton County is done with the tornado threat, though.
Look at this. Even the model has it.
So here's the model, weakening those storms. A little bit happening, but it tries
more
to develop
convection.
More. And then they take off. Yeah, so
Clarksville, Boonville, Jasper, Harrison. Got to keep an eye on this. Got to stay weather aware this afternoon.
This is early afternoon.
Yep. Look at all that convergence.
Now go forward slowly. Let's see. Yeah, that's like just supercells galore.
Supercell factory.
And Carroll County hasn't even had the storm yet, so we've got to be careful.
Yeah, we'll have to watch
now.
it.
Go into the next morning.
Yep.
Oh, you do that. You
Yep,
do that with the next graphic.
Here we go. So,
Okay.
so yep.
But wait a minute, though. Go back to the HRRR and go before 7 a.m. because you stopped it.
Yeah, because I showed the other storms.
Oh, the graph?
On the graph, yeah.
See if that's got anything.
Because this is
oh,
not
it
the
doesn't go out far
That's not the
enough.
extended one. I didn't show the
okay.
extended one.
Okay.
But we can't do that. 'cause
Let's do the extended one real quick. So this goes out 48 hours.
Yeah. So there's all the
And-
storms for today.
So this is what I was talking about. Boom! Look at the thunderstorm eruptions in the morning hours tomorrow. And then you can see that moving east. And then this is where the heavy rain threat starts to materialize.
Round after round after round. Look at Friday morning. Friday morning, the severe weather threat could be even higher than tomorrow, in my opinion. Because on Friday, the front lifts even farther to the north and west. So the instability could return to northwest Arkansas as well.
So, I mean, we can't let down our guard. There's going to be times when we can kind of, we can, not man the post, but we'll have to be basically, we can stand down. That's where I'm trying to
Stand
say. We can
down.
stand down. And then, but there's times when we'll have to continue to man the post. So going back to this, there's the storm activity. So now the new risk. This is for after 7 a.m. tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Are we still in 4 severe weather risks, by the way, back to back to back?
Day 4 outlook, it shifts to the south and east.
Okay.
So it's back to back to back. It's 3 days.
Okay, 3 days.
Yeah.
So there's the risk for 7 a.m. Thursday to 7 a.m. Friday. We'll look at the individual models.
Mm-hmm. Here, let's go through each individual risk. Because it mentions there in that on that convective outlook that the tornado threat is namely along and south of the I-40 corridor.
Yep.
Because that's where the boundary is going to be in place.
Yep.
So if we go to day 2 tornado, you'll see that along and south of I-40. Damaging wind risk is in place for the entire area, including northwest Arkansas. And then hail is potentially significant along and south of Interstate 40.
And that makes sense. That's where your supercells will be.
Yep.
Real quick update as we're going back before we show future radar. I want to go back to Mega Doppler. Watching this cell that's moving into LaFleur County. That does have the most lightning with it. Yeah, that's a pretty impressive storm there. So we're watching that one. If we look at Echo Tops, that's a beast. Yeah, that's taken off.
Giga Chad.
We got these cells that'll provide more rain, but not severe weather. Don't see anything of concern there. Those are dying out. Sapped energy. We got some rain that's moving into Benton County right now. Peyton and James Hilger getting dumped on with heavy rain.
I think Peyton's is an old dot because he hasn't moved in forever.
Yeah, I think he might not be moving. I don't know.
Yeah.
Here's the Bentonville Square. You can see the rain coming down. Fulbright will probably be a heavier rain. There's the shelf cloud coming in. So right on the leading edge. Downpour west of Bentonville. Yep. Do have the tornado tide just because we're under a tornado watch and we're not done out of the entire weather coverage area. I think storms ramping up this early afternoon could get pretty interesting.
A little bit more time to destabilize, exactly.
Huntsville right now, nothing going on except just a little bit of light rain. But look at the low-level winds. Man, are they screaming. That is really strong shear.
Ka-chow.
Yeah.
Lightning.
All right, back to the discussion here. So there's the large hail risk. Let's go to the
Day 3.
the day 3.
Let's check it out. Look how the slight risk expands farther north and west.
Go to the probabilities. It's just 15%.
It's just 15%. I don't think it was hashed.
Yeah.
It's just 15%.
Yeah.
But one thing I did add to day 3 that you may notice, significant flash flooding potential Friday through Saturday.
Yeah, I think that's when we see the most significant flooding.
Yes. Widespread flash flooding potential because if you look at the WPC day 3 outlook, this is the excessive rainfall forecast. Look at that. Huge moderate risk.
Wow.
Massive.
That's impressive.
Yes.
This was the day 4 moderate risk, too.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if this got expanded to a high.
I think this
somewhere.
will.
Yeah.
I think this will. let's look at some rain totals. Looks like my show that you might have
Well, I
mimicked.
took a couple of these here
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
So
'cause-
there's some heavy rain now. Now the European is showing that maybe not as much rain for Northwest Arkansas, which is a possibility.
but then the GFS has more.
But the GFS has more. Yeah. So
You know what? We can look at the graph. Rainfall totals. It goes out past Friday.
yeah, it does.
Might as well see. What that's got.
It'll probably be outrageous.
Can you imagine this was snow?
Kind of want to see a future track from the graph for tomorrow morning.
We got that. Let's take a look at it.
The 3 kilometer.
3 kilometer wouldn't go out that far, would it?
No, but just for this afternoon, I'd like to see that. Yeah.
So this is the 4 kilometer. This is for tomorrow morning. Not as stout as the HRRR, but look at that. Look at Thursday afternoon.
Yeah. It's just going to be multiple waves of precipitation.
Friday's insane. I mean, Friday's just insane. I mean, that's just unbelievable. What the more?
Yeah, then the frontless northward.
Yeah. Put a wave effect there too.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
it was just wave effect.
That's what's going to be like on some of the streets.
Let me look at the graph. I want to see it. I bet the graph has just insane rainfall amounts.
Yeah.
Yep. It's gonna take a lot of load.
It'll populate here.
Yeah.
So 3.48 in Fayetteville, but look at some of the totals in the eastern sections of our weather coverage area. And keep in mind, Newton County, Boone County, that's some hilly terrain. Harrison could see some significant flooding. Come on, let's go contours. Let's load up.
It's even.
Going
Yeah.
back and forth.
Puzzles.
Wind is picking up in Bentonville.
Do a little shake.
Wow.
Do a little shake.
Nope, doesn't want to do it.
Dude, it's frozen.
Oh yeah, my computer locked up in the middle of my 10 o'clock or 9 o'clock last
I
night.
actually rewatched because you mentioned that in the group chat, and I watched it this morning, and it
Just-
was like lightning strike.
it just like it struck the computer dead.
But
Thankfully, I had it on weather too, but
Oh, like
it
during
wasn't
the
the
full
right.
weather?
Yeah, during his
Yes.
full weather.
Yeah.
Oh,
But you want to know how
that's
you
the
know he's been doing
worst.
it for like 20 plus years? He's still playing it off really well. He's like, even the graphics are just, they're just looking at all these
The-
storms and
They can't handle it.
they can't handle
Yeah.
without it. Look at this.
Look at that. There's the rain right there. Wow, BB is going to be in the bullseye of some bad storms. So be ready for that. If you're watching from central and eastern Arkansas, be ready for that. And Ryan Vaughn, I'm sure he is exhausted,
They just keep getting hammered.
but they are just getting crunched.
I mean, this is the year where Eastern Arkansas has just gotten round after round after round.
Yeah.
They cannot catch a break.
So there's that rain and really not providing a lot in Springdale. So that cell lifted more northerly, but there is a little bit of additional rain to the southwest. It's a long loop. So this will probably provide additional rain. And then let's see what we got here with this cell. Still going. Still a little bit of weak rotation. We'll watch that cell as it comes in.
Tornado watch canceled for Delaware County.
There you go. Delaware County tornado watch canceled. There will be additional counties that will be canceled as well. So, I don't think we see a whole lot of activity in Benton and Washington County the rest of the afternoon. I think farther east, the storms are going to take a little while to get there, and so we'll see if stuff develops. But here's the expiration of the tornado watch for Delaware County. So they've already seen storms. Benton and Washington County will be next.
Severe thunderstorm warning about to come out on that cell.
Yep.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a new one.
There it is. And look, that's coming right for Fort Smith. So the plot thickens now with this cell that we've been mentioning. Hail is starting to increase as well. Oh, you don't have the hail markers on.
I turned them off. They were getting so
Oh.
busy, man, out west.
Yeah.
It was like just couldn't see anything.
Want to turn on the LSRs too. All right, you got everything. So yeah, a little bit of hail showing up. Yeah, but it's a good idea because it shows the strength of the storm.
Yeah.
So severe thunderstorm warning. This is for 60 miles per hour winds and hail to the quarter size. So
How fast is it moving?
yeah, now we can get a storm motion. 51 knots.
Booking it.
Yeah, it is. So that puts it in a little earlier in Fort Smith. So let's do another storm track here. We said 50 knots. That's 58 miles per hour, Zach.
Severe.
Is it?
Yeah.
Severe
50
movement.
knots is 58 miles per hour.
Severe movement.
Let's look at the HRRR hourly. And then we'll do it, and then we'll do a track. So
Watch how it explodes all this coverage in the afternoon. Ready for this? Boom. Man. Boom.
That's bad.
Boom.
wow.
Supercell factory.
Those cells are intense. But notice how Benton and Washington County, they're done.
Go to the 3K graph.
I will. 3 kilometer graph.
Not doing a good job with the cell southwest of Fort Smith.
Nothing. Nope. Not doing a good job. Has that kind of weakening. That's not the case. And you can see that. Yeah, look at all
That is insane.
There's a lot of energy moving in. All right, let's do a track on that cell. Let's go back to INX here real quick. So the severe thunderstorm warning for LaFleur County, southern Sequoia County. And I want to put a track on this. And we're going to go 50 miles. That's nearly 60. Man, that is fast. All right. Good luck chasing that. That ain't happening.
Unless you're reading, you got a teleporter. Or James. They got the technology.
I drew a really good track. That was almost spot on, man. All right. New storm track. This is what you can expect for the leading edge of the storm. So Spyro, 10:39. Look at Fort Smith now before 11 o'clock. So we're talking less than an hour right now. So less than an hour. Conditions will be going downhill in Fort Smith with this thunderstorm. There's a tornado watch that's until noon. And the later we get into the day, the more likely that storms will start intensifying.
Mm-hmm. Which the HRRR is showing. I mean, and I know we're not talking about like areas like Clarksville or Boonville right now because there's not any storms that are knocking on your doorstep. But I know there's people that are watching in those areas. And you need to stay weather aware for the early afternoon hours. After 12 p.m., you guys are going to be under the gun. And a lot of these high resolution models are showing some pretty intense storms in far eastern portions of our weather coverage areas. So Boone, Newton, Johnson, Logan, Scott counties, those areas need to stay weather aware this afternoon.
For St. Paul, I mean, like, man, it's like not even really cells there, but I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll do a little storm track.
Yeah.
We'll just go up and down the line here. And we'll extract that out in an hour and a half. So there you go. St. Paul, 11:05. So you got about an hour before the rain just starts moving in. So we're done. Just rain. Depends on where you're at. But yeah, Benton County, Washington County, done. I don't think there's going to be anything major. That one cell, though, we're going to have to watch.
In the River Valley.
Whoa. Not surprised.
What's this here?
That's that boundary.
This is crazy.
It's another wave.
It's just crazy how much energy there is.
Let's show you it. Fort Smith, just thunderstorm. We'll have to watch this. Emily, this is a storm you have to watch. We'll watch, and we'll let you know. But conditions are very favorable for rotating storms. I think even a little more in the River Valley. As you'll see, there's not as much thunderstorm activity. The atmosphere isn't as sapped. That's Miss Laura's historic site.
Primed.
And then Mount Magazine, I bet you that those winds are just cranking this morning.
Those clouds.
So that severe thunderstorm warning goes until I'm imagining what 10:45.
That goes until 10:45.
Yep.
Mhm. Moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. That thing is racing.
I think we got a tour coming in. Hold on. Hello? Yes. That is correct. Yes. I will come and get you. All right, sounds good. All right. Bye-bye.
I did not know there was a tour coming today.
It's a smaller tour, but
Bro, what a day to come.
yeah, no
I
kidding.
mean, my
All right.
goodness.
So anyways, so yeah, we'll get them on there. I'll go grab them. Obviously, if storms start to really threaten, we'll have to end the tour pretty quick, but they know that.
We can put them to work.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got
exactly,
multiple
exactly.
bodies. Everybody can do something. Yeah.
All right. Talk about your cup runneth over, man.
Yes, sir. Well, yeah.
I scheduled this 3 weeks ago.
So how do you?
And so how do you know there's going to be severe weather? Of course,
Exactly.
when it rains, it pours.
Here, have a gummy cluster before you go. There you go. That'll help you out.
It's going to follow me too.
Good fuel. Good fuel.
They're
You
at
get some
the
grappa.
Walmart Center, and they were going to come by real quick. All right. I'll be back.
Yes, sir. Zach?
Can't do it.
He wants one. See?
Can't do it.
It's a temptation. I love it, man. I love how just committed to it you are.
Gotta stay strong.
Like you got to stay strong, dude. This guy,
Never waver.
he does not waver. This is the kind of meteorologist you want in your area. Guy who doesn't waver, guy who stays strong, doesn't panic. It's great. Oh, we got our news director here too right now. Josh Harpison. We're live right now.
About to be a
There he
tour
is right there. Yep. About to have a tour. We're watching one severe thunderstorm right now in LaFleur County. It'll be the storm to watch. Starting to move into our area. It's got a little bit of rotation, but
See here.
yeah. Otherwise, Northwest Arkansas dodged. Yeah.
I was watching it.
Well,
It was like,
you want to know what's crazy? We had every ingredient in place except for one.
Yeah.
0 to 3 kilometer cape of low level instability. If we had that, because they had multiple tornadoes out in Oklahoma, multiple confirmed tornadoes out in Oklahoma. And it was all because of that one ingredient that was in place. Exactly. Can't make a gummy cluster unless you have nerds.
So, everything over in eastern Oklahoma after that, it just rain the rest of the day? Like storms and rain? Is that kind of what we're looking at?
Well, for Northwest Arkansas, it's just going to be rain.
That's what I'm talking about.
But for the River Valley, for areas along and south of Interstate 40, if I go to Mega Doppler here, we got this one storm. And then, Zach, pull up the HRRR model. We'll show this on air as well here. So we're going to pull this up for everybody watching. Watch this. So we got more storms that develop east of I-49, so towards Scott, Logan, Johnson, Newton, and Boone County. That's where the most intense storms will be. And if we go here to the day 3 panel, or the day 1 panel, excuse me, and then go to each individual risk, you'll see there's a strong tornado potential right in the far eastern portion of the coverage area. So
That's day one. So what's the rest of the night? Once that's done, River Valley, what's the rest of the day/week?
so we should clear out by about 3 o'clock. We won't have any more storms after 3, I think. And then, Zach, if you advance it all the way to tomorrow morning, we've got additional storms that develop. These could be strong to severe during the morning hours tomorrow, especially along and south of Interstate 40. But this is where the flooding threat's going to start.
Okay.
Yeah.
Same timeline kind of thing?
Yeah.
Tomorrow morning,
Yes. And
7 a.m., 8, something like that.
7 a.m. to around
Depending on where we're at.
1 p.m. Show him the graph model though, because look at this. Look at how much rain we're going to see. It's just, it's just unbelievable. So I'm gonna advance it. Yeah, I'm just gonna advance it. So there's the first round Thursday morning. Then here comes another round Thursday afternoon to the evening. Then we get a little break Friday. And then Fridays were really the widespread flash flooding potential is going to come into play because we get a round in the morning. That continues through about lunchtime. Another round moves in.
So Thursday, so tomorrow, basically, if I'm going to sum it up, the rest of the day, once this moves down the River Valley, clear by 3.
Yes.
Next rain chance is tomorrow morning, 7, 8. Just say for the sake of my mindset.
Yeah.
And then there's 2 rounds of rain tomorrow. So we'll have a brief break at some point tomorrow.
We'll have a brief break probably Thursday night into Friday morning.
Okay.
More than
Friday morning, another one comes.
And then
that
just-
was like an all day type thing.
That's significant flash flooding potential.
Okay. All right. That's good. Let me just- I'll have my head.
Very high end. Yes, sir.
No, we had any storm damage reports or anything like that, right?
I haven't seen anything on Spire. There was
Check.
damage just west of Adair County in Oklahoma, but that was not in our coverage area.
So just, I think we were watching, I think we're gonna talk with a hydrologist with the National Weather Service later on this afternoon, at 1 o'clock or so,
Mm-hmm.
or maybe noon. And then, we'll have that interview in the evening shows, because kind of once that severe threat's gone, then we're really kind of focused on the flash flooding.
Yeah.
And so that's where my focus is. But we'll have that interview with the hydrologist later on today.
Sweet.
And then northeast Arkansas is under the gun this evening, right?
Yeah, they're in trouble.
Oh, yeah.
I noticed they had a 5 out of 5.
It expanded actually, like it's even larger now.
Yeah, I know. It's got,
Big. I mean, Ryan Vaughn is going to be.
yeah, no, I saw Ryan's post. I was there.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good for me to see.
Yeah, this is trouble.
Timing, what time is that?
Yeah.
Over there, obviously.
That's going to be like around 5 p.m. I would say at the earliest, 4 or 5 p.m. at the earliest, and then continue throughout the evening and overnight hours. So pretty nocturnal threat. Oh, it's awful.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, fellas. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I'll let you know if you need anything.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is trouble for Northeast Arkansas.
Yeah.
This is big trouble. I know we got a lot of
And they just got hit.
twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's big trouble for Northeast Arkansas. I'm telling you.
So if you have family members or know people out there, make sure they know about these storms.
Yeah.
I mean, I got some family in Tennessee, so I'll be letting them know.
And they can't catch a break there either.
Yeah.
I mean,
The hail's,
Seem to get stuff on
hail's
top.
going up on that storm.
it is.
Yeah. Hello.
Hey,
Welcome in.
what's up, guys?
Oh,
Look at this.
doing
We got some
some
special
storm
guests.
coverage.
Got some special guests here.
You guys are live on social media.
Yeah. Yes.
On our website, on Facebook. So far,
Say
so
hi to
good.
everybody. Yep.
All right.
Still just
So,
hail
Smile. Just a hailstorm
Yep.
as of now.
as of now.
Yeah, so you guys can see. There we go.
Yeah.
We got a crew here. So this is Walker, right? Walker Elementary.
Yes.
Walker Elementary from Springdale. We were just talking to people that were in Springdale, and they were talking about how they wanted some rain. Guess what? They're going to get some rain, a little bit of rain that's happening. So we can kind of take you through the radar, but you guys are going to the Walton Arts Center, and they were going to stop by right before they got some lunch at Grubbs and get to see what it's like to do television.
Oh, they got to go to Grubs.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
one of my
right.
favorite places. I
So
love Grubs.
pretty cool.
Yes.
Pretty cool. And well, thankfully the weather, we were wondering how it's going to be, but hey, the storm's kind of weakened in northwest Arkansas, so that's good news. We do have additional storms coming in though. We'll show you the radar.
Yep.
And see, we can pop up the radar and different things, and then we come over here. We can look at the radar on this source too. And so this is the storm that's coming into the river valley right now. And this little orange area, that shows that that's a severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah. Oh yeah, we got a lot of cameras too that we'll be watching. And there's a little bit of hail that's showing up as it's moving into LaFleur County. And so it looks like maybe quarter size hail with this storm. And so if we put that into motion, that hail is increasing in size. So that tells you that this storm is getting stronger. So does anybody know what hail is?
No.
Hail is like a frozen raindrop that gets bigger and bigger and bigger over time as it goes up and down in a thunderstorm. And as it collects more water, it gets bigger and bigger. And eventually it gets so heavy that the updraft, the air that's going up, can't support the storm anymore, and it collapses and falls to the ground. That's what we're seeing right here. So there's air that's rising up in this storm, and it's suspending these ice balls that are just about the size of quarters, maybe even a little bit larger now with that storm coming in. Yep. So let's show them Northwest Arkansas real quick. And you can see we've got some cells that are coming in here right now. So you were walking outside. Was it raining?
Yeah.
No. Kind of, maybe misting a little bit. Take off those storm spotters too. See, we got all our storm spotters that are in the area. But this right here is showing this cell that's coming towards Fayetteville. And we can bring up our Lincoln WeatherBug Network camera, and we can show you what it's looking like looking west of Lincoln as that storm comes in. The red means heavier rain and precipitation. See, we had that question on Facebook Live as well. So here's a look at our Lincoln. You can bring it up on this one too.
I wanted them to see that. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so there's a camera. So we have a lot of cameras that we're able to watch. And this is that wave of energy, and you can see the precipitation. So we've got heavy rain that's coming in, darkening skies. See the way the clouds are moving? But that's not a tornado right now. So we don't have to worry in Northwest Arkansas at the moment. But that one cell that's down in the river valley, we will have to watch. So the ingredients are sort of there, but not all in place. And so that's good. That's good that we can do that. I wonder if they're done recording Good Day and we can put them in front of the green screen.
They are done recording.
They
They're
are
done with that. Yep.
Oh,
They're
perfect.
done.
All
Yes,
right.
sir.
Anybody want to try to do the weather forecast?
Yeah.
Look
at
at
this.
Put that in.
Miracle and Atto.
Yeah.
Yeah, Miracle and Atto, would you like to help with the weather forecast? Atto? Miracle? Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Yes.
thanks for coming down.
Good day to come in. We got some action. Yes.
We studied about all of this.
Look at
and-
me.
Can you put in that 7 days?
Yes, sir.
So we got a lot of storms ahead. We got a lot of severe weather. This, by the way, is Zach Gilday and Josh Rugger. And so they're on our weather team. Josh,
Hey.
what time did you get here this morning?
Around 2 a.m.
That was one of
Yes.
the questions
Yeah.
we came up with some questions, and that was one of them.
Super.
Yeah.
Woke up at midnight. Yeah, woke up at midnight because I wanted to see if anything else
Zach
developed.
probably left the gym at 2 a.m.
And you're gonna go afterwards,
Yeah,
aren't you?
he's still
Got
here.
to.
And he's gonna go afterwards.
Getting
Yes.
swole.
Get swole.
Yeah.
Yes, you understand.
Yes, I
You
do.
understand. Yes.
Let's go. Yeah.
My kind of people. Yeah.
You do those burn camps? where
She
they're running?
does.
Yeah. Nice. Yes.
Thank you so much.
All right, so let's try your skills in the weather. here.
Test it out on the wall. Yeah, you're gonna get to go to see the green screen back over there. You're gonna get to see yourself on TV. There's a wall back there, a green
Yeah,
wall.
we can make it.
Yeah. Wall.
All right, Keith, I'm gonna talk about the chair.
Okay, you gotta get in there though.
That's funny.
Uh-oh. Hey, Josh, did that monitor turn off on the right side?
No. What's going on?
Scoot this way,
It looks like it disconnected.
Technical difficulties?
This way, so much.
Yep. No.
So we're still watching those storms.
Yeah, make sure that you let people know what's going on.
Yeah, there's a tour group in the back, and
Did it disconnect?
a lot of people in the studio, a lot of stuff going on, but we're still watching the radar. And we have one severe storm, but that's it. And a little bit of hail.
I don't see any rotation on that right now.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the rotation
Hey,
either.
Josh,
Yes, sir.
you could bring them up on PCR too. real quick.
Oh yeah. Let's pull,
Should we?
pull up the
You
kiddos
won't
on
hear the
PCR.
audio, but
your lunch break?
There we go. All right, we're back. We're back. We got the squad here right now. And so you didn't hear us when we were talking about it, but I said all these young men and young ladies, they're going to be able to do the weather forecast for us now. So we end up having Severe. What's up?
They won't hear this, but we're gonna make an amazing disappearing act. Ready?
Oh yeah. Okay, you're not going to be able to hear this, but we're going to switch to PCR. So hold on. I'm going to go back to the webcam here. Look at this.
Up to date and dodge with the storms.
Say hi.
Hi.
Oh man.
Do a track on weather too.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
hi guys.
Yeah,
It's
let's do a
raining.
track on weather too here.
It's raining. It says so. You work.
Guys, do you see all the numbers on their screen?
Yes.
Do you guys use math in your job?
Oh yes.
Oh, a lot of math.
So
Yes.
when we're at school and we're practicing math, it's really important that you get good at that.
Very important.
Yeah.
Yes.
And look, they actually write stuff down too. So they read and write too.
Yes, we do a lot of that
And
all the
we have to
time.
do that at school.
Yes.
Yes, it's for the TV.
We're dancing up a storm here.
They're cooking up a storm.
I'll tell them.
Yeah, I gotta fix the speed though.
Oh, can you do that from that?
No.
Okay, let me.
Really great. So,
At least I don't think you can.
There you go. Now you should be able to. Yes.
and if you watch the news, you see this stuff in the background too.
There you go. So there's our fresh storm track right there.
Storm track.
Yep. Zach just did that. Pretty good.
You know what? I can also.
That's on point. 10:36 a.m. Spyro. So you're on the edge of the severe thunderstorm warning if you're in Spyro.
Do the thing.
10:40 in Fort Coffee. 10:52 in Fort Smith.
What's gonna be snow time?
Say that again.
It's gonna be snow time.
Snow?
Yeah.
No snow at this event. No snow. We may have a few snowflakes Sunday, but I doubt it. There won't be a whole lot, even if
Wait,
there
how
is
about
any.
it's gonna be the thunderstorm?
What time's going to be the thunderstorm? We just had a few storms. move through
Ooh, the hail got bigger.
Yeah, I know. It's getting really big.
2.43.
Look at this. Let's go to Mega Doppler. We might have a considerable severe thunderstorm.
Yeah, that's severe thunderstorm. Hey, listen, guys. You remember I was telling you about that hail? Well, now the hail has gotten bigger. Now it's almost the size of tennis balls.
It's very
And this
big.
is coming towards Poto. So basically, Kavanaugh Hill is going to be an area that's going to be affected.
2.45.
You might need to start thinking about going on there.
You have to. It's a destructive tag.
Yeah.
Isn't it 2.5 or greater? That's destructive.
2.75.
2.75. Yeah.
That's a pretty intense storm right there.
Thankfully, it's not rotating.
Yeah, it's not rotating, but it's a sizable hail core. That's going to do damage in Poto.
There's your isolated 2+ inch hail. Yeah. Yeah.
Benville is in the clear.
Benville's
yes.
in the clear. So what we're looking at right now, guys, is the storm
guys,
that's moving
you
through
need to be
LaFleur
quiet.
County.
You need to be quiet.
So the storm that we're looking at right now is moving through LaFleur County. So this is just now moving into portions of Poto, Spyro, those areas right there. This is a storm that's moving off to the north and east. We've been watching this very closely. We just got, oh my goodness. Oh man, we're seeing a white dot now, Dan.
Yeah, this
on
is
the
a
possibility.
sizable storm.
Yes. So we're
This is
talking
big
about
time.
hailstones over 2 inches in diameter. This particular radar image is actually forecasting 2.45 inch hail, which is tennis ball size hail.
Yep.
And this is getting very close to being a destructive severe thunderstorm.
There's going to be an upgrade to this warning. They're going to make it considerable here real soon.
Yep, and it'll be for hail.
And yeah, this is not for rotation, but remember, a strong storm that has large hail can end up rotating quicker.
Yes, and so Zach made the storm track, so I'm going to go back to it again just to give you guys a refresher. This is, and you know what? Maybe we need to do a hail. We need to do a track where the hail core is.
Yeah.
So let's
Further south.
yeah, we'll take that a little further south. So Dan's adjusting that right now.
Yeah, I can do that.
So what we're going to do is we're going to make a storm track from the hail core, and then we're going to push that to the north and east. It's now going at 55 miles per hour, according to the new warning. So Dan's making that track right now. What in the world?
I'm drawing it. Can't see it.
Can't see it. It's like, what is going on with that?
Okay, hold on.
So it got cropped out a little bit. So now the severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 10:45 a.m.
So Panama is like literally almost on top of them. Poto as well.
Poto might get hit by the hail core directly. If you live in Poto, you need to maybe put your car under something.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get ready here.
So Dan's getting ready to do a cut-in. So I'm going to take you through the rest of these towns here. So 11:04 a.m. Barling. That's a little bit farther north and east, but I feel like that would be in the path of the hail core. 11:18 Island and 11:26 in Mulberry along I-40. So this storm, again, guys, it's not rotating right now. It's not tornadic, but it is producing giant hail. And that was our main concern. That was actually our main threat.
And this significant to near destructive hail, that can cause significant damage and be life-threatening
Absolutely.
as well. So
Yeah, especially hail of
Going
this
down a little
magnitude.
bit.
A
Yeah.
little bit.
going down a little bit.
Yeah, it went down actually significantly.
Yeah.
So maybe it will drop before photo.
Yeah, maybe it'll drop
Dump
over
that
Town
hail
Hall
core.
Hill area.
It dumped that hail core.
It's in a really rural area right now.
So we're gonna keep a close eye on it. We may go on air.
Getting mic'd up.
Dan's getting mic'd up right now. We may go on air to give an update on the storm. Again, it's not really showing any signs of rotation. Our main concern with it is that hail potential.
You can see the hail has increased now on that size up to ping pong size.
Yes, on the warning.
Thank you, sir.
So that's 1.5 inches according to the warning. And that warning was updated about 4 minutes ago. So LaFleur County and it looks like Southern Sequoia County still under that severe thunderstorm warning.
Until 10:45.
Yep. So we'll watch it very closely. I do think the hail dropped off just a little bit for sure, looking at that latest scan. So maybe it dumped its hail core. It definitely dumped its hail core. But that tells you that the atmosphere in the River Valley, along and south of Interstate 40,
It's a lot more
potent.
primed.
Yeah,
A lot more primed for severe weather potential.
absolutely. So, folks, if you're in Northwest Arkansas, I see a lot of folks asking about Pea Ridge
Go ahead
and
we'll zip up on
Benton
that.
County and stuff like that. Whoa.
A little bit of a hail core coming.
It's a bit of a stronger storm there and around Fayetteville. So
ingredients are improving. There's a lot of lightning too.
Yeah,
You're going to be hearing some rumbles of thunder, kids, real soon as this thunderstorm starts approaching.
wonder if we got it. Hey, let's look over the Mount Sequoia camera real quick. So I'm gonna switch this to the Mount Sequoia camera so you guys can see this. This is actually a pretty impressive little storm.
Oh, look at the structure too.
Yeah, that's better structure than what we've been seeing.
Mm-hmm.
That's a storm we might have to watch, Dan.
Yeah, especially as it gets farther east.
Yeah, it exploded with lightning. So I know some folks watching in Eureka Springs, Madison County, a little bit farther east towards Newton County, Boone County. I would keep a close eye on this storm. Definitely got to keep a close eye on it because it's going to be running into a much more favorable environment. And Zach, you mentioned this earlier, the 0 to 3 kilometer cape, according to the RAP, is about to start
Is
increasing.
increasing.
Yes,
And that's the missing ingredient.
That's-
that we have.
that's the missing ingredient. So we'll have to watch this very closely as it gets into more of a favorable environment where the atmosphere is a little bit more untapped. So Dan's getting ready still. Zach, we're going to keep watching this very closely here while he's doing that. Let's see here. What would be another good camera to see that?
Testing 1 2, testing 1 2.
Kessler Mountain.
Lincoln is pouring rain right on top of Lincoln.
It's pouring rain on Lincoln.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Very heavy rainfall ongoing in Lincoln right now. So you're seeing visibilities that are starting to get reduced.
Hey, Charles, just to let you know that
Not be surprised if they got a severe thunderstorm warning very soon up in northwest Arkansas.
Yeah, that storm is strengthening.
So Bentonville, you're clear of this storm, of both storms. Rogers, Springdale, those areas, you're not going to be impacted really by this storm. It's really more the Fayetteville area and portions of Poto, Shady Point, Hackett. The storm
got
is
some
moving off to the
structure with it,
northeast.
and that's got a little bit of a base off of the distance.
I know. And look at this, Dan.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the storm relative velocity,
Yeah, a little bit of the circulation.
it's more enhanced here now. And that just ramped up.
But you're not showing that on the stream.
Oh,
You
yeah.
show that on the stream.
We're recording this
So you can see here that enhancement. There's kind of a bit of a Boeing.
New severe thunderstorm warning. This has been included. Go ahead and go to weather 1.
Yep.
Got a weather radio alert. Let it go for a
Yep.
little bit.
So this is the extension of the severe thunderstorm warning that's ongoing in LaFleur County, as well as portions of Sebastian, Sequoia, and Crawford County. They did drop off the hail size with this new warning, Dan. So now it says quarter sized with 60-mile-per-hour winds. Well, that's the new warning. New warning has
Oh, the
1
new
inch
one,
hail.
okay.
Yeah.
So they dropped the hail size because that was the old warning. The new one's got 1 inch hail.
But we do have the warning for Fort Smith.
Yep.
So let me tell you some of the areas that are impacted by this warning. As you see, that severe thunderstorm warning goes until 11:15. That's when we mentioned it would be moving into Fort Smith a little before 11 o'clock in the morning. Some of the areas included in this warning as we go to Mega Doppler. We'll bring this up. Van Buren, Alma, Fort Smith, Barling, Pecola, Greenwood, Lavaca, Charleston, Spiro. Pecola is really going to get the impact of this storm the most. So if there's anybody on here watching that, again, your guys are going to be impacted the most.
Gonna get
As far as the storm in Prairie Grove, someone's asking about if there's going to be hail in Prairie Grove. A little bit of small hail on the north side of Prairie Grove. You can see that right there on Mega Doppler. But it's a storm that's intensifying a little bit more and more. And this is definitely showing signs. And then you're going to hear rumbles of thunder here soon as lightning starts to approach the area. Look at that base, Zach. That does have a little bit of a lowered cloud base.
Yeah, and the models are showing that 0 to 3
Oh.
Cape.
Look at the circulation near
It's
Prairie
starting to
Grove.
enhance.
Starting to enhance. And then check this out from our WeatherBug Network camera. You can see the base of that thunderstorm. Look, that's got a wall cloud almost.
So the 0 to 3 kilometer cape is increasing.
Yep.
Clearly. So I put a storm track on the severe thunderstorm warning real quick. Oh, did you see that lightning strike? There was a big CG just now on the Mount Sequoia camera.
I can believe it.
Yeah. I'm going to show a quick storm track for the severe thunderstorm warning just to give people the latest. So again, the severe thunderstorm warning goes until 11:15 a.m. It includes LaFleur, Sebastian, Sequoia, and Crawford County. That storm is racing off to the north and east at 55 miles per hour. Shady Point, 1036. Pecola, 1050. 11 a.m. at Greenwood. Lavaca, 1108. Alma, 1113. Mulberry, 1122. And Ozark, 1132. But Zach, I'm going to do another storm track on this storm in northwest Arkansas. We need to do a storm track on the one in northwest Arkansas, too.
Yeah.
Because I think this is going to become at least severe thunderstorm warning pretty soon.
No, it's already lightning.
Yeah. So here's the storm for northwest Arkansas. We're going to push that off to the east northeast. So this storm,
circulation ramping up south of Prairie Grove.
yep. So this storm is expected to impact Fayetteville within the next 5 minutes or so. Goshen at 10:54. Huntsville at 11:08. I know a lot of folks were asking about Madison County. We got Berryville 11:26 a.m. Green Forest at 11:32, and then a little bit farther to the east, it will start impacting portions of Boone County. So a lot of lightning. That's a sign that it's getting stronger too. When that lightning starts exploding like that, It's always a sign that it's starting to tap into that low level instability.
Let me see if I can see any type of structure from Kessler. Looking in the southwest. You can see part of the tower. Yeah, there's the lowering.
Contrast is not the best right now,
Nope,
but it
it's
will get
not.
better. It will get better once it gets closer.
Well, it's gonna be shrouded in rain here real soon. Yeah, you're gonna hear the rain coming in here real soon. It's gonna be a good little downpour. Just to let you know, too, we've got Walker Elementary. Happen to have a tour here. You can see them behind us. Go ahead and I'll move out of the way, Josh. There's Walker Elementary. We're keeping them here because there's a big storm that's happening right now, and they would be out in it. So you'd be walking in super heavy rain along with some lightning. You'll hear some rumbles of thunder here shortly, and the storm is starting to ramp up. And the circulation is ramping up as well. Actually, it's really starting to increase.
We might just need to go on just because of that.
Yeah. Well, we're looking at it. Oh, look, there's the wall cloud. Here comes the wall cloud. You can really see it from our WeatherBug network camera.
Dude, look at the inrot.
Yeah, circulation's ramping up.
This is trouble.
Here's Kessler. There's the lowering off in the distance. So the low-level instability looks like, Zach has mentioned, it's starting to make it. So we're ready if we need to. We're ready to pop on immediately. We've got a view of it. You can see the enhanced lowering right there. We got Mount Sequoia that's kind of shrouded in rain. But yeah, this storm's coming right for Fayetteville. There's the Graduate Hotel. That's looking, is that looking northwest?
That's looking west. Due west.
Is it?
Yep. I switched them all to west this morning.
There's the base
That's
of
the
that
base right
storm.
there.
That's the circulation right there.
It's pretty impressive. You're starting to hear thunder outside too.
That's the
They're not
base.
going severe on that yet.
That's a supercell.
Yeah, we've got a supercell that's developing.
Very rapidly, might I add. I mean, that thing really ramped up.
We'll see the next image.
We're not going on that though.
Yeah, they might be going on here
Pretty
real
soon.
soon.
No, you'll just if you want, you go behind this. Yeah.
No, you
Gotta
won't.
watch
You
the
won't.
scan here very closely. This next scan is going to say a lot about the state of this storm.
Okay. We're gonna go behind the desk. Following this right.
34, 1037. So we should get another scan in just a few moments here. This is what we're looking at, by the way. So this is the base of the storm that Dan was talking about. This is moving into Fayetteville right now, or just on the south side of Fayetteville. This is a look at Mega Doppler real quick. This is the area that we're watching very closely.
Highway
just off to the
62.
west
This
of
is
Greenwood.
going to be crossing literally right over our Kessler
So
WeatherBug network camera.
This is
Yeah. We can do that because you can see the heavy rain that's coming down.
Is there anybody on this right now? Colby is heading south, by the way. So keep an eye on your stream.
Should Fayetteville take cover? We'll look at the next radar scan that we get. We'll be able to see what's going on.
We're about to get a new one.
Yep,
30
very, very
seconds.
soon. New radar scan happening. So,
Kobe on this?
Colby's heading towards it, I think. He's
Going
heading
towards it?
south. I saw him on the
all
custom
right. So
spotter.
we've got, just to let you know, we're tracking two cells. One that's in the River Valley, one that's in Northwest Arkansas. Here's this circulation. That cell, it's a supercell. A lot of lightning. You'll be hearing rumbles of thunder outside of our studio shortly. Seeing if there's any type of rotation on that camera.
There it is.
But-
again. Okay, so this is the new scan.
Okay, still elongated, so we're okay at the moment. But remember, we have several counties for this system to get out of our weather coverage area, and this is going to be trouble.
Let's go back to the Graduate Hotel camera.
Okay.
I think that's such a good view of it.
Yeah, the
Oh,
graduate.
Kessler, sorry.
I think
Kessler.
Kessler's a
Kessler's
good one.
better.
Yeah.
That was the better one. That's what
Okay, here's Kessler. There's the base of the thunderstorm. We'll see if there's any type of circulation with that.
Not seeing any circulation.
I don't see anything right now either.
This won't be, by the way, this won't be super long, guys, that you'll have to be here. Just we'll let this storm pass. Yeah, and then you'll be good, and then you'll be able to go to Grubs without encountering this storm. So that's the base of the thunderstorm looking south. It's hailing in Cameron. Okay, so don't forget we've got the River Valley storm too.
Yeah, we gotta look.
There's going to be some hail on the west side of Fayetteville,
Oh man.
but we got very sizable hail that's coming into Cameron.
2.41 inches.
Kate, how large is that hail right now that you're experiencing? It's going to get bigger.
This says 2.5 inches. That's tennis ball. That's almost destructive size hail.
Yeah, that's pretty sizable.
Yeah.
Now, it's a smaller 2.5-inch hail core, so there won't be as many. Yeah, what's that circulation like?
I don't.
Right click and get the storm motion from the warning here.
I don't see
Okay,
anything.
not much. No rotation, so that's good. But there is rotation on the cell north.
Yeah, that's why I'm keeping a close eye on it. Okay, it's
Going
shrunk
down.
a little bit, so it's starting to dump its hail core again.
Okay.
So I'm going to go back to Northwest Arkansas.
So I'm going to bring up this view here. I'm going to bring up Mega Doppler with Weather 3. So we've got the circulation that's over Fayetteville right now. And we've got our Weather Bug Network camera that's about to be shrouded in that rain. You can see that lowering off in the distance. Look at how it's moving across.
Ooh. Look at this when I go up in tilts. It's there. Above the surface, it's definitely rotating.
Look at that base.
That's moving right over the Kessler Mountain camera.
Mm-hmm. That is really close. Look at those clouds, how fast they're moving.
Yeah, they're moving really fast.
They're moving really
Yo, there it
fast.
is right there. That's the wall cloud right there, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring this up full so you can see. Look at that. That's the lowering.
That is clearly a lowering.
See if you're seeing any type of rotation with that. I see it only moving in one
Scud.
direction.
I see Scud. That's
It's
about.
only scud clouds.
Those raindrops.
Yeah. Of course.
Man, the speed of that storm though makes it look.
Yeah. Let's move
So
the camera.
Wow. That's the most impressive shot we've gotten all day.
Yep. So that is a very enhanced lowering. Ooh, that's some strong
Holy cow.
winds,
The
guys.
fastest clouds are going.
We're about to have some
Very
really
strong
super
winds.
strong winds.
Whoa.
West side of Fayetteville is going to be impacted here shortly.
Wow, that thing is racing.
Yeah, this is fast.
Good at base velocity.
Look at that. Yeah, it's
Very strong
really,
winds.
really strong wind. So that's that lowering. In case you're wondering what we're looking at, it's this circulation. That's coming
Now it's getting
over.
shrouded in rain.
Okay.
75.
We're going to go
miles per hour.
to, I won't be able to see this from the graduate, but okay, there's the lowering from the graduate hotel. And there you go. Now you can really see it.
That's much better contrast.
That's Mount Sequoia. So kids, this is outside right now. Bring that up full screen if you can. So this is the storm that's basically just to our west, and our building is right here. So this storm is, yeah. Let me talk to him.
We've got his live stream pulled up.
All
He's
right.
getting downpoured on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
he
he's core
is.
punching. He's got to go through the core.
Absolutely heavy rain.
He has to go through the core.
Where is he?
Hey Colby,
Is he there?
No, he's right there.
you experiencing anything that we're on our live stream
Oh,
right
there
now?
he is, right there.
But I know. Okay. Were you seeing any type of circulation or rotation with the storm, or was it just a lowering? Okay.
Makes sense.
So Colby's just got a lowering. We'll watch that right there.
Look
That
at the
circulation's
in-rock, though.
increasing
Saw that.
now.
That went right over Colby. That
Here's
in-rock.
the rain that's happening right now. Sideways rain. All right, so go back to Mega Doppler. Take a look at where this is at on that cell. Watching that close. There's that circulation. It's a little bit elongated, but it's definitely there. Here. I can see a little bit of broad rotation that's coming right over Fayetteville right now. Just basically right over us.
See that in this koi can.
Yeah.
Here,
Bring up weather one.
Yeah, bring up weather one.
There's that. You'll notice a little bit of mid-level rotation.
Should get another scan pretty soon here.
Yeah. That inflow is starting to increase as well. So even though Fayetteville might be, the storm is moving through Fayetteville right now, it's going to be over. How strong were those winds, Colby, you said? Okay. So I just want to let you know we're doing a live stream. We're not on the air right now, but I think we're going to pop on here briefly. So we'll go ahead and we'll get ready. You got that live stream for Colby Woolward? Yeah. Circulation is ramping up. Did you see that latest one? And then we also have that storm in the river valley. All right, we're going to do a quick update, okay?
That's that kind of made like a little hand almost. Look at this. Look at this.
Yeah, so just east of Johnson.
Just east of Johnson. East of Johnson.
Right, let's,
that's the area to watch.
That's the area to watch right now. You're right.
Bigger hail core too.
Yes. Oh yeah, definitely. 1.13. So we got quarter-sized hail in Johnson.
Yeah, we'll do a quick update. We'll tell them that we're live streaming.
All right, Dan's about to do a live update.
We're doing weather too. Yeah,
So we'll just show you that.
Track on weather one, guys.
Yeah, let's do a track real quick here. Yeah.
I'll start off with Mega Doppler.
Use the SRS.
Yeah.
Go ahead and control the radar.
Yep.
A little bit.
Yep.
No, leave them on because we got a screen. And Colby, we're going to do a little update. So just stand by because we're going to use this live video. All right. I'm ready when you are. That's fine, yeah. Just let me know when they're about to end.
I'm going to give you the two. I'm going to start with base reflectivity and then we'll go.
Here's a storm track of that storm that's moving through Washington County.
So just let you know, and don't forget to go to PCR when we
Yeah.
do the live.
Yeah.
The live cut in. Look at that circulation, man. It's trying.
Might have went down a little
It kind of
bit.
went, no, it did a little handoff.
We just got a new severe storm warning for this.
Yeah. All right. Sounds good.
You just want to start with this.
Minute and a half
It
out.
did
Yeah.
it did a handoff. Look,
Yeah.
I mean, it was right there and then now it's.
Yeah. It's circulating.
Circulating.
It's trying.
It was to 11:30.
We want to let people know who's going to be impacted. But yeah, new severe thunderstorm warning for
Is
that
that-
cell. All right.
Not
1 minute till we're on. All right. Yeah, we'll start off with weather 2, then we go to weather 1. We can do a track if you can do a new track on that.
I already got it.
Okay. Hey Colby, we're probably gonna go to you here real soon. You still have your live video? Yeah.
Yeah, he's talking to Colby.
Okay. Hey Colby,
We're about to go on here, so just stand by. I'll be using you real briefly. All right. Hold on, that one. Hi, everyone. Chief Meteorologist Dan Scoff in the Weather Lab. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning, and this just got issued. So this is going to go for about 11:30 as you see that severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Washington County, southeastern Benton County, and western Carroll County and northwestern Madison County. This was a storm, by the way, that moved right over Fayetteville. We were able to see a little bit of a lowering as well as a wall cloud. Now, it wasn't rotating at the time, but the storm is producing heavy rain, a lot of lightning, and there is signs of maybe a little bit of stronger rotation. So we've got to watch that storm as it moves into western and northwestern Madison County. Now, we do have Colby Ward, one of our storm spotters. Here's some live streaming video from him. Colby, we've got you on the phone. You experienced this storm as it came through Fayetteville. What were you getting as that storm moved through?
I was on I-49 as it crossed just ahead of me. We had a pretty significant lowering. And then as it crossed ahead of me, we had, some torrential rain and about, 50-mile-an-hour winds, give or take.
And so the rain now is starting to lighten up. Were you seeing any rotation at all within that lowering?
I couldn't see any rotation at that time. I was located just to the northwest of the lowering and did not see any significant rotation at the time.
We can see on some of our Weatherboat Network cameras that was definitely on the increase. You can see all of our storm spotters that are surrounding this storm, as the latest image shows a little bit of hail now that's starting to move into the Johnson area, in Washington County. That storm's moving east. Tornado watch does go until noon for our weather coverage area. And then for our eastern counties out of Little Rock, that tornado watch goes until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, we also have another storm that's of concern in the River Valley, and we'll take a look at that, and we'll give you a storm track on this as well. But this storm about to push through the south side of Fort Smith, very close to the regional airport. This storm had some sizable hail with it that was over a quarter size in diameter. Now that storm's starting to weaken a little bit, and we'll continue to watch these storms. Now, we are covering all of this activity, and we're doing it live on our stream on knwa.com. You click on the weather tab, you can go to live stream. Also, on Facebook and the platform X. We've got all that covered, and YouTube as well. So you can watch this live coverage as we continue to track these storms. We got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, one for the River Valley, one that's moving into northeastern Washington County, into northwestern Madison and Carroll County and eastern Benton County as we continue to watch these storms closely. We'll be watching this circulation. Remember that conditions are favorable, especially farther east, for tornado potential. Keep it here with your weather authority, and we will keep you safe. Okay. All right. I think the storm has moved out, so I will walk you guys out here. Yes, let's get a picture.
All right, that was a live update. We're still tracking these 2 storms, 2 severe storms. The Northwest Arkansas storm is moving out of the Fayetteville area, but still
causing problems.
North Washington.
Go to Megadoppler real quick. I'm telling you, this looks like a classic supercell. That is rotating.
Yeah.
Right now. Let's go to normalized rotation. That's trouble.
Yeah.
That is trouble, folks. We're going to have to watch this very closely. Here's the deal. If you live in Clifty,
This could be getting tornado.
I think it's about to get tornado warning. If you live in Clifty, if you live in War Eagle, Eureka Springs, Berryville, I'll get in a little bit closer. If you live in those areas, you need to take your tornado precautions.
Yeah, get ready.
I would go ahead and do that right now because this thing could be dropping a tornado very quickly. And this is something we have to watch. This is very serious right now. These areas, because that looks like a classic supercell right there. Go ahead if you live in those areas.
I know a lot of background noise. You guys got to be quiet, okay?
Folks. Again, if you guys couldn't hear me before, if you live in Spring Valley, Clifty, War Eagle, Berryville,
Huntsville weather bug.
Yes.
Camera, don't
show that Huntsville camera.
How about Springdale
Yeah,
Northeast.
that might be rain wrap though. Just be aware of that.
Uh,
But if you live in those areas, you need to take your tornado precautions right now because this is something we have to watch very closely. This looks like it's starting to ramp up quite a bit. If you look at the last few scans, that is clearly some low-level rotation right there that we have to watch very closely. Let me see if we got any storm spotters on that. Unfortunately, it's starting to get into the higher train of northwest Arkansas. So, folks, I would go ahead and do that if I were in those locations. We're going to be watching this very closely. If this becomes tornado warned, we are going to go live on air again. So, yeah, Huntsville is just off to the south and east. And so you'll need to be looking
west, northwest.
west, do northwest view, northwest. So if you go northwest, you'll be able to see it. This is a classic supercell right here, Dan.
Yeah.
That is a classic supercell. It's isolated supercell, and it is starting to get maybe some nudgers as well on the backside of the storm. You've got these other cells that are trying to interact with that area.
The ingredients are definitely increasing.
Yep. So
this is a circulation that's ramping up. If it starts to get even brighter greens and brighter reds right next to each other, we'll have to be watching this. Should Sonora take cover? So it's almost over Sonora already.
it's on top of you.
Oh, let's do iDrives. We can do some iDrive Arkansas.
It's way too close.
Well, I had to push it back for all the kids.
Oh yeah.
Fayetteville is safe. Yes, Fayetteville is done.
It's northeast of there.
Storms are out from Fayetteville.
Okay, more hail showing up there. Wow.
This
Look
is
at that
a
reflectivity.
supercell. What does NWS chat say? Do we have it
We got
loaded?
that pulled up. Inflow increasing into the storm heading to the Beaver Lake area. So this is the same storm. That was from Steve Piltz.
Yeah, 1 minute ago.
1 minute ago. That is a well-vented storm.
Yeah.
Very well vented.
Well, we saw what it looked like when it was coming through. It looked really impressive.
Yeah. Oh, there's your new scan. There's your new
Oh.
scan. That is that's getting tighter.
Yep. I mean, you could tell it was ramping up. It had a pretty impressive wall cloud lowering, all that stuff.
Oh yeah. There you go, an interrot. Very clearly an area of rotation right there. So this is moving off to the northeast.
Oh, there it is, right there. You can see it. There it is.
Here. I'll pull up the Huntsville camera right now.
It's about to clear, but you can see it right there.
Yep, Dan's adjusting the camera. There it is. Right there, folks.
That's the lower. Oh, look at the motion.
That's rapid motion.
Not rotating, but rapid development in the wall cloud.
So I would call this a broad area of rotation right now on radar, for sure. But it's
broad, but it's strong.
tighter. Yeah, it's strong.
It's starting to ramp up a little bit more.
Yeah.
And look at the structure, how it's changing too, pretty rapidly.
Look at how this.
So where is this at? This is basically just south of War Eagle. So that is not even the wall cloud. The wall cloud is hidden behind that hill, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know, of course.
That's exactly where
where's
the wall
Colby
cloud
at?
is.
Colby's
Oh,
not going
he's
to
not
be
gonna
able
be
to
able to
catch
catch
that. Nobody will catch this storm.
Yeah, nobody is. It's moving fast.
It's moving at
Very quick.
Yeah,
Still 60.
it is moving 60 miles per hour. Yep.
So who is not impacted by the cells? So let's go through that. A lot of people are watching. We got a lot of people on here. There's that supercell. Pretty impressive. Would not be surprised if a tornado warning gets issued here shortly if it continues to maintain its strength. It does look like it's a smaller cell now. It's starting to shrink down in size. Maybe it's losing the instability. But Fayetteville done, Springdale done, Bentonville done. It's just this cell that's coming into western Carroll County, northwestern Madison County. Huntsville is going to miss this storm. Yes.
If you're in Clifty, Eureka Springs, Berryville, you need to be watching this very closely.
If you can, go to the storm that's in the River Valley because we also have that one. We don't want to lose focus of that.
Yep. So there's the River Valley storm.
Cluster.
It's a cluster.
Okay. It
And
fell apart.
the hail is not very impressive. There's no rotation that I see.
Yeah, it's
The-
really low to close to the radar too.
Yeah. That doesn't look great, but it's also under that cone right now. So we're going to keep a close eye on that in the River Valley. We're not forgetting that storm, but it does look like the hail core passed south of Fort Smith.
Yeah,
Well south
yeah.
of Fort Smith.
It
There's,
did. It right turned a little bit.
Yeah. Right around the Greenwood area, so right around Zach Hall's area. Okay, so we just got a new scan on that storm in southeast Benton County. Looks like the hail may have gotten a little bit bigger. So now we're talking about hail just a little over quarter sized. That's currently located right over War Eagle right now. And you can see that right there. There's the hail core just south of War Eagle.
So if anybody's in War Eagle, they're experiencing this storm.
Yep.
And the rotation is just south of the hail core. So Goshen is in the clear. Yes, Goshen, you're good. You can see the cell is north of you. Go back in time because this storm has had quite a bit of a persistent rotation.
Well, it's pretty crazy how quickly it ramped up.
Well, and you could tell though, you see it from our WeatherBug Network camera that had the look.
Mm-hmm.
It had the look as it was approaching. By the way, I think we can stop recording Kessler now.
Yeah.
As the storm's done. Some of the cameras like Bentonville, Fulbright, new severe thunderstorm warning. Go to weather. Yep. All right, that's for the River Valley.
It's the River Valley one.
Whoa. 0 to 1 kilometer storm relative velocity of 700 to 800 meters squared per second squared.
Yeah. Holy cow.
Probably should upgrade that to a tour possible, maybe, huh?
I would agree. Let's see here.
Uh-oh. Not responding.
Oh, don't do this. It's been worked.
Remember when you're going through radar products to don't go through them super fast because people are on the stream like going, whoa, 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 what's going on?
Yeah.
But I know you want to look at stuff really fast.
Yeah, I know, because I mean, like you said though, with these type of setups, it ramps up so quickly.
Yep.
You know, you want to see everything. I will say the storm has definitely intensified in terms of the hail core. The hail is much larger now. Little over quarter sized hail. This is what we're looking at right here. This is the hail. So as you can see, the hail core just a few moments ago was maybe dropping nickel sized hail, and now as it's moved off to the north and east, it's started to grow in terms of that intensity for the hail. Here's a look at the storm relative velocity.
Still there.
Still there.
Right click and just set the storm motion as warning. Okay, we already have. I just want to make sure.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, when they update the warning too, it can change it as well.
Yeah.
I will say on reflectivity, it looks a little bit more elongated.
Yeah, but that's just the amount of shear, though.
Yeah.
That's a pretty impressive cell.
Here's a look at the normalized rotation. There it is right there. South.
You know what? Posey would get a view of that wall cloud. Maybe. Let's see. Oh.
Whoa.
Yep. That's the base. Bring that up.
There's a look at the.
I got it.
Oh, he's got it.
Watch this. I set this up yesterday.
Put this to weather
these,
one.
You're gonna love this. And just bam, just pop that. Immediately get weather 2.
Weather 2. There we go. There you go.
There's the base of that thunderstorm. Wow, look at the clouds moving. And it's right on the leading edge. It's right where the raindrops are.
That thing is racing. Oh, so the warning's been updated. Okay, look, there's a considerable tag.
Yeah.
To the northeast of it.
That's from Springfield.
That's from Springfield. Yep.
Eastern Berry County.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is going to go tornado warned.
I think so too.
And we might be able to see it from that camera.
Hey, Dan. So we do have a tornado possible tag on. There's a tornado possible tag on it now.
Okay.
They just updated it. on the original warning.
Okay.
So there is a tornado possible tag attached to this. So I'm pulling this up on Mega Doppler real quick, just so everybody can see. They chopped off the warning for southeastern, for portions of northeastern Washington County. So Goshen, Springdale, those areas not included in that warning anymore.
Yep.
But areas northeast of there, towards Carroll County, northwestern Madison County, around Clifty, Berryville, Beaver, Oak Grove, Emerald Beach, and southwest Missouri, those areas are still under the severe thunderstorm warning, and it now has a tornado possible tag attached to it.
Got to look at it from Springfield here. I want to look at that cell as it gets closer to the Springfield radar. Very impressive cell.
Hey, Elza, we are covering the storm in the River Valley too. We're still keeping a close eye on the River Valley. I'm going to go to that really quick, just so you can see the latest on it. Kind of looks like a mess here in the River Valley right now. I don't see anything here that shows me there's any rotation. There has been a history of some pretty large hail with it, though the hail's kind of dropped off near Fort Chaffee. But I promise we are keeping an eye on that storm too. We're not going to drop off of it either. There is still a severe thunderstorm warning in effect, but we're watching it very closely. But right now, the most concerning storm is currently located now in southwestern Carroll County.
Go ahead and bring up Weather One, and we can do a track on these.
Yep.
So first of all, how fast was that moving? 50. What does it say the speed was?
Yeah, this storm is moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Racing to the
Well, you saw how fast it moves.
Yeah.
Race out of here.
Yeah.
And then the storm in the River Valley is also moving at 60.
So here you got the areas that are expected. Notice the tornado possible too, right here. This is what Josh was talking about. It's a little bit of a different warning. Here's some of the areas that will be impacted. Eureka Springs, like basically right now, circulation will be coming over shortly. It'll be a little south of Eureka Springs though. You've got Urbanette at 1124. Kimberling City as it goes into southwest Missouri at 1139. So those are the areas that will be impacted by that cell. Hasn't changed much, but maybe that low-level instability is lacking. Here's the two storms that are in the River Valley that are severe. There's two severe thunderstorm warnings. One that goes until 11:45, another one that goes until 11:15. And when we look, this cell is a little bit of a cluster that's not as strong, not as intense. Trying to look north.
Just to see if we got anything. But that, oh, there we go. There's a new view.
Yeah, you'll have a clearing once it crosses.
New scan.
New scan.
Looks so.
Still trying.
Yep. It's still broad, but it's there.
We'll look at that here in just a sec, but there's the two severe thunderstorm warnings. And so if we look, the hail is under golf ball size, so it's not a considerable tag. However, if we look at the hail tracks, you'll see over time that this cell has had some pretty sizable hail as it was coming into the western side of Poto. So
we saw tennis ball size, according to radar.
So there you can see that, and then it kind of weakened, and that's why it. But then again, it's getting closer to the radar. So
Peyton says he's going towards the War Eagle area.
Oh, good luck getting.
I don't know if he's going to catch it.
Yeah.
Tell him the storm is going 60 miles per hour.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think he's going to make that.
Now, if we look at the rotation tracks, this is interesting. We'll look at the rotation tracks with this cell, and you'll notice that as it populates, it takes a while. There's that circulation that started west of Fayetteville, continued northeast, still is showing up. But as Steve Piltz has mentioned, not much change to the cell.
Hitting it at around 3,600 feet.
Yep.
It's getting pretty far away from that radar. Maybe at a certain point when it, well, no. I don't think Springfield would be a better view because it's hitting it from the north side.
Well, Springfield is the one I looked at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so yeah.
I've got it on here.
You've got it pulled up on there?
Yep, on weather too.
Okay. Pull that up then. Here's what Dan's looking at right here on weather 2. This is the velocity from.
So a lot of inflow, but not necessarily seeing the towards, as much. But then again, these radar products aren't as good as Mega Doppler.
Yeah, not even
in my
close.
opinion.
There's a reason why we have Mega Doppler.
Yeah.
Because it's much better. So there's the Huntsville cam.
Going to Garfield. Oh, look at that.
Wow, look at that. Here, let me pull that up on the graphics here. There's Posey Mountain right there. So Dan's adjusting the camera right
I'm
now.
gonna give it a little shake here. Maybe this will work. Get those raindrops off of there.
Be gone.
Nope. They just stay right on there.
Sticky.
Does nothing.
Sticky.
Trying to see if you see any type of clear slot. But what I can do is zoom in to get those raindrops out of focus. So that is, that's looking, we want to be looking southeast. I think that's definitely looking southeast. There you go.
There you go. Racing off to the northeast.
A lot of low level cloud feed. There's the wall cloud coming into view on the right hand side of the screen. You can see it just behind the Pasco logo.
Yeah.
That is the lowering. See how that's flat and defined?
Much more impressive than what we've seen earlier today.
Yes, it's much safer to take I-49 Fayetteville to Rogers. So everything's good in Fayetteville. We're done. Storms are done. The tornado watch will expire here shortly. Look at that blocky wall cloud.
And it is racing off to the northeast.
Look at that. You can see the contrast there.
Moving
Pretty
right over
low.
the lake.
That's pretty low. That's pretty low. If I would have rubber hose, no, I'm just kidding.
Facebook's gonna come after you. Like they came after me with my Captain Crunch.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, with
Oops,
that.
all berries.
Oops, all but it was for the Oklahoma storms.
Yeah,
Oops, all cap, but they thought it was inappropriate, so they took it down and said we're going to ban your account if you do that again.
Did they really?
Yeah,
Wow.
and I couldn't even dispute it. That's cap.
Wow, really?
That's
crazy.
That's cap by Facebook. You know, somebody did make a good point. This is a bit of a radar hole right here, man.
Yeah, it is.
It becomes very difficult in this area
Yeah.
to find these features.
Switch radars. Go to
Let's go Springfield.
Go to Springfield. We're
I
gonna
agree.
switch it here real quick.
Doesn't look very strong.
That's that. We'll see what it looks like on the other one.
That's that. Oh yeah, let's.
Yeah, it looks like it's falling
It
apart.
does look like it's falling apart.
Nice.
Okay, good. Dude, look how much stronger it was though over War Eagle.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive. So we'll go back to Mega Doppler here and show you what we're looking at. There's the circulation as it was moving over War Eagle. Very tight, compact, but then kind of fell apart a little bit.
Still an impressive storm.
New mesoscale discussion out from the Storm Prediction Center. And they're talking about a new zone of tornado potential. Oh, they don't give you the graphic, huh?
Yeah, here's a graphic right here.
No, yeah, I got you.
Yeah. But you want to see it on the computer.
Yeah.
Greater tornado potential may develop. That's along and east of I-49, right where that tornado threat we said
Yeah.
would be a little bit higher with this particular setup.
Let me show you. Go ahead and click on right here. You can get on to the MCDs right here. There's the MCD. And this is where they're talking about the tornado potential increasing. Which makes sense. Is there going to be more storms that pop up? It's possible.
They'll be discrete like this.
Yeah, they will be discrete. maybe these cells that are coming through the river valley right here might do something. We'll see.
Kind of worried about our far eastern counties.
I am too.
Yeah.
They're just after noon.
It's 11:14 right now.
So that's something to watch. Let's do a storm track. Let's go back to the river valley and look at those cells, huh?
Yes, sir. You want me to put it back on Fort Smith?
Well, I got this one for
Okay.
Fort Smith, so we're not really seeing any type of structure with it. I'll be right back.
All right, perfect. Let's go ahead and make a storm track on this, Zach. So we're looking at the severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for Crawford, Franklin, southern Madison, and portions of Sebastian County. This does include Greenwood, Ozark, southern portions of Mountainburg. Storm's moving off to the north and east at 60 miles per hour. So let's make sure we've got the right track here. And I'm going to move this up a little bit more. Actually, let me zoom out just a little bit. We're going to take this up along I-40. Push that up to the north and east. We'll extend it out about an hour here for you. That's when it should be arriving in far eastern portions of our weather coverage area. So, Branch, 11:20. That's going to be right on top of you within the next 5 minutes or so. 11:26 a.m. in Ozark. 11:37 a.m. in Coal Hill. 11:42 Hartman. 11:52 Clarksville. We talked about Clarksville. I am a little bit concerned about these areas, Zach, because you mentioned this as well. The 0 to 3 kilometer Cape is going to be a little bit higher in these areas. Limestone, 12 o'clock, so that's in Newton County. And then a little bit farther to the east, 12:20 in Ben-Hur.
And the computer models were really showing these storms strengthening as they got into our eastern counties. So Boone, Newton, Johnson, Logan, and Scott County. And these storms are moving into Logan County now.
Yep.
So we'll see if they intensify.
And they're moving.
And if they don't, then, that's good. And we might be dodging a bullet.
Yeah, they're moving really fast, too.
Yeah, 60 miles per hour. So going highway speeds out of here.
I know. Racing off to the north and east. Let me make sure Mega Doppler still looks like
And they're not stopping for red lights.
Yeah. Swell. Let's go to SRV on that northern storm. On the storm right here.
Oh,
Storm
yeah.
velocity. Yeah, that's falling apart a little bit.
Yeah, that's gone.
And it's starting to move out of our coverage area. It's getting closer to getting out of our coverage area. So if you're near Eureka Springs, Berryville, Oak Grove, it's going to get loud potentially. Let's look at the lightning on that real quick as well. Is there any lightning on there? There's quite a bit of lightning. So it'll be loud. It'll be very rainy and windy. But right now, the rotation's kind of falling apart a little bit on that storm in northern Carroll County. And it's going to be moving out of our weather coverage area within the next 30 minutes or so. But if you're in Eureka Springs and Oak Grove, just get ready. And Dan, we did do a storm track on the River Valley storm. We kind of mentioned this Clarksville, eastern portions of the coverage area.
That it looks suspect.
It does. Sure. Very suspect. So we're going to keep a close eye on that storm for you guys in the River Valley that are watching, because I know a lot of folks are wondering about that storm, and we're not taking our eyes off of it. Let's see here. The sun is coming out in Rogers. Is Rogers okay? I would.
This type of energy that's moving in could fire off additional thunderstorms. It just depends on if the instability clears out. But this type of environment, it might not clear out as fast. I don't know.
Well, let's look here. Let's look at.
I'm looking right now. Yeah. We're still right on the nose of that instability.
Yeah.
They weren't kidding though.
But I think you're done.
I think so too. I think areas along I-49 in general.
Yep.
Are pretty much done for today. Because there's going to be more storms for the rest of this week. There's little showers that are developing, but I don't think those are going to do a whole lot.
They're kind of dying.
Yeah.
Or maybe not. I don't know.
We have Fort Smith on there, or is it Springfield?
Springfield.
It's still Springfield.
A long ways
I
away.
think we should go to Fort Smith now, honestly.
Yeah, that storm's dying.
The other one's moving
Switch
out of our
radars.
coverage area. So what did they mean by greater tornado threat? What we mean, Patrick, is that a little bit farther east in our weather coverage area. So we're talking Boone, Newton, Johnson, Logan, Scott County. These areas, number one, have a little bit more time to destabilize, and there are some indications that the 0 to 3 kilometer Cape may be a little bit higher. So that's the low level instability. And it looks like it's going to continue to enhance as we move throughout the early to mid afternoon hours. This has really been our missing ingredient so far today with a lot of these storms in northwest Arkansas, areas along and west of I-49. But we already kind of saw a hint of that, Dan, I think, with this storm that moved through Carroll County. Didn't drop
and Washington
Washington County. Didn't drop a tornado, but it definitely was the most impressive storm of the day so far. And that's because the low level instability might be on the increase right now. And it might be increasing for areas farther east. So that's what we mean, Patrick. It's just going to be a greater threat there.
Just to let you know, here we'll do an old school thing here. So first of all, think of this bottom of the camera as the ground. When the winds are going in different directions and speeds with height, that creates a horizontal roll that's very close to the ground. But in order to get that horizontal roll to be pulled up into the vertical, into the storm, you've got to have rising motion in the thunderstorm, 0 to 3 kilometer Cape, meaning the surface to 3 kilometers above the ground. If you have instability, that means the air is buoyant. So you have that horizontal roll, if you will, like this. Imagine this is a horizontal roll. And if you have the storm that's coming in and that buoyancy is in the lowest 0 to 3 kilometers, that can take that horizontal roll and pull it up into the vertical. You have the wind shear that's causing the storm to spin, but it's not connecting with that low level horizontal rotation roll. So that's why we're lacking the tornado potential. And I think the reason that we didn't have the 0 to 3 kilometer Cape is there was always that warmer air aloft, which can cause like a little bit of a capping inversion.
Yep.
And the models were hinting at that. They did a good job on that, honestly.
Mesoanalysis did as well.
Yeah.
We saw that this morning when I walked in. When I came in this morning at 12, 1, 2 o'clock, I told the people in the newsroom, I said, we have the ingredients in place, but the cap may hold. At least set that towards the surface.
Yeah, the surface-based Cape.
Yep. That can,
because you can have thunderstorms that are over that cap.
Yes.
And they're called elevated because the base of the storms, the rising motion, isn't underneath, low to the ground to get that horizontal roll to be pulled up into the vertical.
And I'll tell you this: the storms that happened in Oklahoma right earlier today, the reason why they were able to produce tornadoes is because, number one, they had the 0 to 3 kilometer instability at the lowest level, as Dan just mentioned, and there were some very subtle cap breaks. These little areas that the cap broke, and those storms were able to pretty much instantly produce tornadoes. I mean, it was pretty incredible what we saw in Bartlesville this morning, because that storm was not very impressive at all. And then you snapped your fingers and it was dropping a tornado. It might have dropped twin tornadoes just west of Bartlesville this morning.
Yeah, in Osage County.
North
of Pawhuska.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so that tells you that the environment that's in place, the ingredients that we have are there. It's just that there's one or two things that may be missing that may be our saving grace. But look at this. There's some prefrontals going on near Harmony right now. I see a storm that might be developing ahead of everything.
Yeah, right there. Starting to show up a little bit.
That'll need to be watched as it moves towards Newton
All
County.
of these will have to be watched. The good news is that we're almost on the western edge of the thunderstorm activity. So,
but man, our Eastern Arkansas friends need our prayers.
Yeah,
they need them.
This could be
because I think they're going to have all the ingredients.
Yeah, they really need our prayers.
We might have been missing a couple ingredients by areas east of us.
The only thing that could be a fail mode is the storm mode.
Yes.
Is it going to be linear, which will still produce tornadoes, but maybe not as much as isolated supercells? Yeah. So I do want to show this. This is an example of a graphic that I made. But what it does is it shows you how the wind speed and wind direction with height can create this horizontal roll. So here's a look at that horizontal vortex tube. That's low to the ground, but the only way to get that to be pulled up into the vertical is if you have that 0 to 3 kilometer Cape. And if you have that, that allows that horizontal rotation to be pulled up into the vertical, which can lead to your tornado potential. This is known as streamwise vorticity. And streamwise vorticity, basically, the storm motion is really important in streamwise vorticity.
Yes.
So as that thunderstorm grows, which what we had a thunderstorm that was increasing in height, but we did not get that horizontal roll to be pulled up into the vertical, and therefore you're lacking the tornado potential. That's why if you've ever watched storm chaser videos and you see that tail cloud that develops,
Beaver tail.
well, it's different than the beaver tail. The beaver tail is actually the inflow band that's at the precipitation freebase. The tail cloud is the cloud that's basically extending from the wall cloud. So there's differences.
Yes.
The beaver tail is more of an elevated feature in the lower to middle levels, but the tail cloud, and you saw that with the Little Rock tornado that developed on March 30th or March 31st of 2023.
Yes.
So you had this tail cloud that started to develop. Guess what? That's that horizontal vortice that's getting condensed. And when it shows that and it gets pulled up into the vertical, and then sometimes you get those horizontal vortex tubes that appear with strong tornadoes. That's that streamwise vorticity current that's being pulled up into the storm. So back to the radar. Everybody's like,
It's like SpongeBob.
yeah.
I can't even replicate that noise.
Lisa saying Fort Smith here. How are we looking? Just heard a big boom. Makes sense. The storm is starting to move out. There's all the lightning though, but it's some heavy rain and some lightning and thunder. However, that is not severe in terms of you'll see that the western edge of the severe thunderstorm warning doesn't include Fort Smith. So that's good. Waldron's a little bit different as the cell is going to be moving in. And speaking of Waldron, we'll be watching that closely. Let's see what kind of ingredients we have down there. Yeah, so a lot of cloud cover.
Well, Waldron also had that frontal stuff go on with all the little rain showers.
Yeah.
That might just kill your instability right then and there.
And see, here's the thing. These are these small scale details, that little prefrontal shower activity, all that stuff. You can't predict that ahead of time.
No.
That's a small scale, mesoscale feature. Mesoscale meteorology cannot be predicted very well by CAMs, convective allowing models. It definitely can't be analyzed and sampled by longer range models.
Not a chance.
When you have lower resolution. Someone was asking about that Carroll County storm. It's out of Carroll County.
It's done now.
Gone.
Out of our area.
And it's out of our weather coverage area too. So there's a look at the storm south of Kimberling City.
Silver Dollar City might get impacted.
Yeah, Silver Dollar City will be for sure. Are they open right now? Have they started?
They've already opened. They've already opened the park for this year. I don't know if they're open today.
I think they're only open for the weekends, aren't they? At this time,
I think it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sundays.
Yeah. Now look, you still have lightning out here. That shows the intensity of this system.
That's crazy.
You know what? We never saw this on water vapor. I'd like to look at it on water vapor.
I bet it looks impressive.
Yeah. Let's look at it here. We'll bring that up.
We already got to see it on
So do you want to
visible satellite?
Let's give a wide view. Tell people who's in the clear, who's not. That's what people want to know.
Yeah, so I would say areas along the I-49 corridor, Bentonville, Fayetteville, Rogers, Springdale, Johnson, Salem Springs, Stillwell, Winslow, Prairie Grove. You may see some additional showers over the next few hours or so, maybe some occasional lightning as well. You see that storm right there northwest of Winslow that's starting to develop. But in terms of severe weather potential, I think we're in the clear in those locations. Areas east of I-49, especially with these storms that are ongoing along I-40 near Ozark, Clarksville, and this little prefrontal storm, man, that thing right there has got to be watched very closely. That's out ahead of that other cluster of storms. That one's moving towards Jasper. We will need to watch that very closely. In
New
Newton
severe
County.
thunderstorm warning.
Okay.
It's probably for that cell southeast.
So, yeah, you are correct. So that's the one that's near Boonville, Paris, and Clarksville. So that does include the Clarksville area. Let's look at storm relative velocity again. There's not a whole lot of rotation there right now, and we hope that continues. But the environment is a little bit more favorable. Favorable.
Favorable for storm chasers. Right?
Exactly. Yes. Favorable in Clarksville, Paris, and Boonville, a little bit farther east towards Logan and.
There's that
Johnson
new
County.
warning, by the way. It goes until 12:15.
Yep.
And for quarter size hails, 60 miles per hour winds.
All right.
All right.
You got it.
You know, he didn't get me to that. He didn't get me for that today.
Wait, did you mess it up?
All day I've been saying 60 miles per hour.
Oh, not miles an hour?
Yeah, not miles an hour.
Good.
Well, no, you're supposed
That's right.
to say miles per hour.
Yeah.
Also, I was doing good there.
Yeah.
I think I have a tendency to say miles an hour.
I know.
Yeah, it just.
I think a lot of people do.
Yes.
So,
Let's
let's look at the temperatures. That's a good question.
Yeah, that is good.
That'll tell you if you're done. So dew points, still juicy. Lower 60 dew points. That's the thing. It's not going anywhere. It's not leaving.
This is why we've got severe weather potential every day this week, pretty much too.
Which, by the way, the new risk is going to be out here shortly. So,
Dang, it's already 11:30.
yeah, no kidding.
We've got a view in Boonville, a storm.
We have to do day one high risk as well. We do have.
I mean,
Oh yeah, we do have the camera.
there's kind of a lot of trees in the way, but
I guess Boonville hasn't been added yet to
It
our.
hasn't. No, I was doing that the other day and I ran out of time.
So the enhanced risk has gotten chopped off in the newest day one outlook.
We'll show it in just a second.
Yeah.
Here's Boonville.
it's looking west.
Yep. I don't think presets are set with that camera either.
No, there's just a home setting. That's it.
Very worried about daughter in Little Rock. So,
Well,
come on.
Little Rock definitely does have a higher end threat for severe weather.
Let's take a look.
Here's
New
the-
day one. Oh,
my goodness.
wow. That high risk continues to increase.
Pretty big. High
The
risk.
confidence is expanding. I mean, continues to expand.
The second high risk in like a month.
Yeah, you're right.
This is a large one.
It's pretty rare.
Well, there was a day 2 high risk, wasn't there? New severe
It was
thunderstorm
a day
warning.
3 moderate.
I wonder if there's ever been a day
Oh,
2.
There's that. That's the one.
That's that
in-
little isolated cell that Josh was talking about.
Yeah. It's got quite a bit of lightning. It's got some hail too. Let's look at the hail. Quarter sized hail.
Salus. Yeah, so some lightning coming into Salus.
And some quarter sized hail.
Oh,
You know,
St. Paul hasn't seen a drop of rain. Surely you're getting some rain now at this point on the north side of that
Yeah.
line.
And if you're not, you'll get some Friday.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
you'll get plenty of rain this week. Let me tell you.
That's what he said. There was a day 2 high risk.
Yeah, I guess there was, because it was the one in Mississippi, in Alabama.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Though the Alabama high risk really didn't pan out that much.
There were some tornadoes, but yeah, no. I just I don't know. Oh yeah. So here's the energy coming in. I'm going to show you this on. It's pretty impressive.
Just water vapor.
I'm trying.
These computers have been worked.
Yeah, they have, and they're getting in Clarksville, getting nervous. We'll watch it for you.
We're watching
We've
it.
got it. Here's the energy coming in. Wow.
Holy cow.
Look at that. So try to look at some fine scale details. You can see the storms are just a little more intense because you can see the green shades showing up.
Yes.
That shows colder cloud tops. But then when they got east, they kind of fell apart. Colby effect. Now you got streaks that are coming in, so you know that. What was wild was there were still tornadoes in southwest Missouri. Confirmed tornadoes.
Yeah.
Like right there. And you can see the colder cloud tops. So it was all about just a little bit of a stronger updraft. Go here and look at this, the high resolution. Yeah, I think I-49, I think Benton and Washington County will be expired from the tornado watch
I
here.
think that will happen pretty soon.
Yeah.
I mean, if not soon, happen in the next 30 minutes because that's when it expires anyway.
Yeah. Well, there's a pretty good chance it'll expire at noon, right?
Pretty good chance.
Yeah.
I would say.
Loop. What are you doing? Yeah, there's the activity. So you'll still see more energy though moving in, and hope these don't develop into cells. That's why they're going. Look at this. Look at the very end.
Oh man.
Look at southeast Oklahoma. I don't think we're seeing that. Rapid thunderstorm development.
Yeah, look at all the lightning on that storm.
Oh yeah, those are taking off.
They'll probably miss us.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they'll miss us. McCurtain County, man. There's something about McCurtain County.
Do we have, this is a great question. Amanda, love this question. Do we have tornado potential the rest of the week? I think the boundary is lifting north. I think the river valley is going to be impacted tomorrow morning.
Yes.
5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. Does need to live here. Just get the cot out.
Let's get the cot, man. Hey, we got gummy clusters. We've got Baja Blasts. We've got chicken and rice. We've got black coffee.
Sticks.
We've got Slipknot on the Spotify. And what's the other one? Kill Shot Engage.
Kill switch.
Kill Switch Engage. I almost had it.
What'd you say?
I said Kill Shot.
Kill shot. Yeah.
I mean, that's what it feels like right now with all the weather. It feels like the Kill Shot.
Thunder kicking in Van Buren right now. Let's go back to our radar here.
That sounds like a band name.
Thunder kicking.
Thunder kicking.
I like that.
We could start that band. Let's go. So here's Van Buren. So storm's moving east of Van Buren right now. At least the edge of this.
You'll probably not see much here from Alma.
Rainy.
Yep. That's the leading edge of the storm coming in. No structure at all. Yeah, the boundary could settle far to the north. There's always a chance of that. So, nice. All right. More lightning though. South.
Yeah,
of
look at all that
Fayetteville.
lightning. I know, another little cell, man. All this energy is crazy.
Oh, here's a comment. I was on MLK when that bad storm came through Fayetteville. Didn't see a lowering or anything, but those clouds moving into the storm were moving, man. Yeah.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, they were.
You want to do a recap because either that or you're saying we're saying how much rain we're going to get.
Either a cap overlay with the rainfall.
You know what? I think I want to show this. I want to show the vorticity. Do you have it in here?
I do have
The
vorticity.
severe?
I do have. Oh, and severe?
Yeah.
I want to see that new sin graphic you made.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. We can do
That's what I
that.
want to see.
All right.
Let them cook.
Let me I'm gonna go back to wide view. So here's the energy. Look at all those little disturbances. And you know what? All of the storms that happened today was from just a little bit of that energy. See it?
That's
right there.
wild.
That's it.
It's not even the main piece.
That's all it takes.
That's all it takes. Small stuff makes the big stuff happen. Now we got more energy coming from Zach. Say it.
Baja Blast.
Yeah. Baja Blast.
A midnight Baja Blast.
A little midnight
Baja
Baja
Midnight.
Blast. I'll
No.
probably have that coming into work tomorrow.
Is it available? Can you have it?
It's like, what do you mean? Like
Midnight Baja. There's a new
midnight Baja.
there's a
Oh,
new
it's the new
drink.
one. It's like a purple one.
What?
Yeah, Midnight Baja.
What?
Coming out, I think the summer, like June.
Oh, come on. We need it
Yeah.
now when the
Yeah,
severe
I
weather
agree.
season's
Yeah.
going on.
Oh my goodness.
Dude, look at that.
That's so much energy. That's
Get outta here.
incredible.
I'm telling you, Friday and Saturday is going to be
Are
really bad in
are
terms
we
of
still
flash flooding
thinking
potential.
some wintry mix?
it's
Honestly,
not out of the question.
I think we will eke out a little bit of wintry mix.
Yeah,
There's just so much energy.
so strong.
It's so strong. The dynamics of the system are incredible.
Go to the river valley. We got new radar scan. Let's show that storm. I want to show you this rain though that's coming our way after that. So we'll go to Mega Doppler. Here's Mega Doppler. There's the storm activity. Lots of severe thunderstorm warnings. General severe thunderstorm warnings. 60-mile per hour winds.
I like how you stopped 60 miles per hour.
I
Pretty
did.
hard to do it.
I did. Stop. It's like a tiger stops his backswing in a golf.
Yeah.
golf game. There's a look at southeastern Franklin County. A little bit of hail showing
quarter
up.
size.
That cell is a little stronger.
There's no
People are
rotation.
worried about Clarksville. No rotation at all. You saw the difference between that cell and the isolated cell that came through Northwest Arkansas. But you can tell the energy's moving in because we've got some thunder booming.
Booming.
Now wait. Boonville, yeah. Looking north, you can't really see that cell at all. You know what you could though? Mount Magazine could see it.
Ooh. True that. Mount Magazine.
What says northwest. And there it is. No circulation, no lowerings, nothing.
And a new camera.
No
needed there.
structure.
And a new camera needed.
Yeah. I know.
We're gonna get one though. We're gonna get one.
More rain coming into Fayetteville though. Will that develop into a supercell?
Golly, are you kidding me?
More energy. Look, more cells off. to the
Isn't this
west.
crazy though? Like
So we may not be done. There might be parts of us that are done in Washington County, but the dew points are just, well, we have such strong low level winds that all that moisture will be surging northward.
it's
So
like the atmosphere recovers so quickly.
I'll clean it. I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're working on replacing it with a newer camera. That area needs
We need a good
desperately
view.
to be replaced.
Yeah, good view. Did P camera ever come back up? P Ridge?
No, they
No.
called me today and they said it might have taken a hit.
Oh, of course.
Thundering in West Fayetteville. That's because
There we
that
go.
storm's coming in. So this is our storm chances for today. They do push east, and the rest of the afternoon should be dry. But here's additional storms that are popping up. And then Friday, look at this, late morning into the afternoon, more storms. And then Saturday, finally some more storms. And then look, oh, it does have
you
that
kidding
wintry
me?
mix really close.
Got it.
Hey, I got something for you. I got both of you guys. A question for both of you. Over under one game played this weekend for Razorback baseball.
What if they go to Monday?
They can't. SEC rules. They won't let them move it back to Monday. They have to play Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Yeah, one game. That's
Not
it.
playing Friday.
Yeah.
They're not playing Friday evening. They're not
Nope.
playing Saturday.
Nope.
Maybe Sunday afternoon.
And
Doubleheader.
they can't play a doubleheader on Sunday either
Why?
because it's SEC rules. It's curfew.
Well, then scrap it. Just reschedule the.
I mean, I say don't even play Missouri because Missouri is the worst team in the SEC, and that's only going to ruin your RPI. So just say, yeah, you guys aren't good enough to play us. Go home. Go home. You're not worthy.
Speaking of go home, I'd love to do that right now. But we have
But duty calls.
storms. Look at this.
More
south of
storms.
Fayetteville.
Kidding me? It's crazy, man. The amount of energy that's in play.
You know, this may not back down. We could just get wave after wave after wave. And this is the type of flooding potential that's going to arise.
You know what's wild? I just thought about this for the flooding potential this week. You know, you just mentioned that. You know, the models have a tendency to underdo things like this. They might even be underdoing the amount
The
of rain
amount of
Thursday to
rain.
Friday.
I know.
That's crazy to think about, but it's an actual legitimate concern I have.
It's unbelievable.
It's crazy.
Man. All right. So hope it's not what I think it is.
Mandatory newsroom meeting.
What? All right. Stand by.
Oh, Tuesday, April 8th. Okay.
So here's a look at south of Fayetteville. Heavy rain coming in. Some lightning as well. even some positive clouded ground lightning strikes. So that's why we got some booming storms.
Booming.
River Valley, man, a lot of energy. But these are just clusters. This is multi-cell storms. Tough to like see what's what here.
It really is.
I'm going to take this off for now. Let me take you through Newton County. There's those cells that are coming in. I bet you a south view will have a really good view from. Oh, this comes that cell.
That's a
Mount
second view.
Magazine.
Let me show that real quick. Mount Magazine. This is what Dan's talking about. Look how elevated that is, though. Super elevated.
Let's go to. Hope the tour group isn't leaving the restaurant.
Oh yeah, I know they might run into another storm. Good move to go to Grubs, by the way.
Yeah, that, by the way, was scheduled 3 weeks ago, and then of course there's severe weather. It's like, oh my goodness.
Of course, of course.
Severe weather. Gaither Mountain.
Look how fast those clouds are moving. That's unbelievable.
What if this doesn't do it? What if this high risk is a bust?
Hey, that'd be answered prayers.
Yeah, I know.
That's what that would be.
I question the storm mode.
Me too.
I really do.
And that matters a lot. You know, obviously, you know, you could just look at a model and the model's like pumping out, you know, helicity tracks everywhere. Helicity.
Yeah, Zach wanted to see the convective inhibition, but I'll wait till he gets back there.
This is a good question. What's elevated? What are you talking about?
Elevated is not in terms of the risk factor, but it is in terms of how high the thunderstorm bases are located. So elevated means that it's not surface based. We talked about this in the stream earlier, but you might not have seen it.
It's been 4 hours, so I wouldn't blame you if you haven't seen it.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, it was just a few minutes ago we were talking about that. Though.
That's true. We were. But you know, with so many people go in and out,
oh
you
yeah,
know, I bet it's like.
All right, so here is Alma. Bella Vista. Click the wrong one.
4 hours, man. That's what happens. You know, it gets to you. It gets to you. And we've got 2 or 3 more days to go.
We know we're in for a long haul. Boonville, Mount Sequoia, yeah, good little downpour. Just barely missed Fayetteville.
Special weather statement for a storm in LaFleur County. You kidding me? They're just everywhere, man.
Additional cells popping up, but you know, it really is interesting. I don't know how that instability is going to return. Just doesn't look like it will.
The current, you know, you were talking about storm mode, like the current radar view right now, this doesn't look like a potential high risk thing.
Really doesn't.
I hope this stays the course. It stays like this the rest of the day today. Because if it does, this will bust in Northeast Arkansas if it stays this way. And of course, we got plenty of time. It's only 12 o'clock, so we'll see how it evolves. But I don't know. I'm with you on that front.
Once that storm weakens and drops severe, I think we're going to drop off the stream, and we'll go on if anything else is needed. But
yeah.
But let me say this here. You had a question right here. Bethany, just hopping on. You missed the show.
Yeah. I ate gummy clusters on air.
You did?
I did.
You ate grapple?
I ate some grapple.
Yeah. So let's recap here. This is what we got going on. First of all, thank you for holding down the fort.
Yes.
We started the live stream, and the reason we did that, I had to do it from my house because you're in the middle of the newscast.
Exactly.
Studio's taken. You can't record. You could, though, go PCR when your weather hits are on there, and then Zach could be quiet. But it wasn't super bad, but it was starting to get a little bit more intense. And so I was just like, I'll hop on. I'll get on, from home, and then we could hand it off.
It was perfect because we like to start early anyway when the storm's moving in, just to give people a heads up. So I think it was perfect on that front.
But here's what we've got for the rest of the afternoon. So we've got tornado watch that's in effect until noon, so another 11 minutes, and then you got the tornado watch in areas to our east. There you see them going until 4 o'clock. Those are our weather bug network. Those are our weather coverage counties that are located for Little Rock. So, so that's why that tornado watch goes a little later, because there could be continued redevelopment. We'll put this into motion, and you can see all the storms are starting to move east. Yes, there are some cells. They've already been overworked, so the atmosphere is done. It's cooked. We're not seeing anymore.
It's cooked.
It's cooked.
Come on, Chad, are we
What about
cooked?
like the very far eastern fringes of Scott and Logan?
That is not cooked.
Yeah, they still have that potential.
There's still plenty of energy there, and those cells that are coming in, eventually the ingredients will start to increase.
Right, these cells just blow up.
Yeah. Well, we got our weather bug network camera in the
We're
water.
ready to go.
We're ready to rock.
And Boonville, and I drive Arkansas.
There's Waldron. You can tell that's pointed west because of the way the clouds are moving. So it's a good indication there. All right. So what's happening with the future radar? Well, let's see how good it's doing. Or not good.
Are not good.
Yeah. So we are expecting additional storms. That actually does a really good job.
It's not bad.
But it
What in
still
the
has
world?
more activity. It makes sense.
Yeah, there's so much energy.
That's why it's going till 4 o'clock for that tornado watch, and there'll probably be another one that extends farther east. So you can tell the upper level support arrives. Remember, there are those storms in southeast Oklahoma and northeast Texas. So that's that. Then we look at this, the graph 3 kilometer, and you will notice that it won't load. Then you'll notice nothing.
You'll notice it won't load. There you
All right, that's doing an okay
go.
job.
So it's all right.
This model didn't have any storms in the area, and so like that great example of how the models are not perfect.
The graph is a meme. Look at that though. Holy cow.
So a lot of embedded storms within the line, but it's too much energy at once. I think there will be tornadoes. I think there will be some, but I think people are seeing that high risk and they're envisioning April 27th, 2011.
They always say that.
And I don't think that we are going to have that type of isolated supercell structure. I
No,
just
absolutely not. I mean, the parameter spaces are upper echelon, but the storm mode, it doesn't matter what your parameter spaces are. If the storm mode is not favorable, then you're not going to get a widespread, discrete supercell tornado outbreak with significant EF3 plus tornadoes everywhere.
Yep.
We may see a few strong tornadoes. That's certainly still a possibility, but like a tornado outbreak of that magnitude, of that scale, no. And I got to say this too. One other thing, we talk about like, and this is just now going off on the hype caster and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I am so tired of going on social media and seeing every single person compare that analog.
I know.
I mean, people don't realize.
It's exhausting.
People don't realize how just like historic that day was. Like, we very likely will never see anything like that again in our lifetime. More than likely.
Yeah.
So I
They're
don't know.
rare for a reason.
Exactly. So like, if you're a hype caster and you're watching, chill, please.
Yeah.
Please, because it gets pretty exhausting to see that. But we're still going to keep praying for those folks out in Northeast Arkansas. I think though our prayers are getting heard.
Well, it's not over yet.
It's not over yet,
Not over yet.
but hopefully that's the case.
Speaking of parameter space, I think that's a
Yeah.
great time. Zach's
I want
like,
to see the
yeah.
Centaur.
All right, we'll look at that here. So this is what we've got here for helicity tracks.
The light in Zach's eyes, it was fantastic.
See, there's the storms that pop up. But it still is kind of a messy
It's a
mode.
big
Doesn't
line
look that. I mean, the tracks don't look very strong.
because it's a big line.
Low to mid tier.
Mid tier. So look how it's in a big
It's a
line.
little
like
stronger
that.
than Jonesboro, but yeah.
It's not like those little Felicity tracks are spread out.
You know, we never looked at the individual risk. Okay, so Zach wanted to see this. This is my convective inhibition. Now, keep in mind, not a super big fan of the color scale, but it is kind of cool where you can see that inhibition. And then,
No inhibition tomorrow.
well, we're south of the boundary, though. Wow, we're way south of the boundary. Look at the boundary. Watch it come through and then remain to the south.
Wow.
And that.
Now it does try to surge back.
But not for a while, though.
Yeah, I know. It's stayed way south.
You want to see this, Zach? Sigtor parameter. I don't think this really takes into account 0 to 3 kilometer cape.
Holy cow.
Doesn't
Look
even
how
have
little
it.
the Sigtor is.
It doesn't have it coming back in.
Friday it does, but that's it. Thursday, I don't know. I think that boundary might be farther south.
Let's hope. That'd be fantastic. Stay south.
All right. Then we got this. No. Nope. Nope. I think
Hey.
once we get to the heavy rain threat, that's what it's going to transition to.
Yeah.
Is there a flood watch for Northwest Arkansas?
No,
No, still not.
there's not.
Maybe they'll issue that tonight.
And maybe they're focused on severe weather right now. So
Yeah.
they do that afterwards.
They issued that flood watch though a long time ago.
It's super early.
It was like Monday.
Now you got portions of Southwest Missouri included in that now.
Yeah,
That's-
they had that yesterday.
Uh-huh.
But Emily, no, I don't think there's going to be an outbreak for Rogers. And I also think that the outbreak mode is going to be different than what we see.
No more severe thunderstorm warnings. by the
Severe
way.
thunderstorm warnings dropped off. Energy's moved out. I don't think we're done quite yet in Scott and Logan County, though. As you saw, that energy starts to move in, and a little bit of upper level support develops. There was one more thing I wanted to show.
Ha! Lisa, keep booming.
Yep.
I'm gonna say, keep booming. We bring the boom.
Here comes the boom. Here comes the boom. We'll see that. I love that. I love that show. When he goes out there and he fights, he just throws up on the guy before he even starts to fight. Have you seen that, Zach?
No, what
that's
show
a-
is this?
It's got Kevin James in it. He's super hilarious. Here comes the boom. He's like trying to raise money for a band program. So he does MMA fighting and he doesn't know anything about it.
This sounds like Zach's alley. This sounds.
It's
like
have you never seen it?
I have not seen.
Oh,
this.
it's good.
Yeah.
It's good.
Why does this take so long to load? Now?
So this is not because the link changed. So we have to change all
Oh.
this because the link is different. And yeah, I always want to change stuff. So now this will load. Here it comes.
Here comes the
There.
boom.
And they
Still.
keep shifting it. They had it less and now they got it more again. 5 to 7.
This changes like every 2 hours.
That's a lot of rain over the next 7 days, man.
It's crazy.
Ah, this guy says it's a great movie.
There you go. There's somebody who's
They
cultured.
say it's a great movie.
Oh, it's a
Yeah,
movie or is it a show?
It's a movie.
Oh,
Oh yeah, yeah, it's not a series. Nope.
Goshen.
Last look at Mega Doppler, and we're gonna shut it down here. Man, we dodged a bullet, but there's definitely some heavy rain. Oh, go to iDrive camera. Let's bring that up. You can see that rain coming down. That's right where that's the Highway 412 bridge too. Oh, there you go. Highway 412 bridge. This one right here.
Mid. Hey, you know what's a really underrated camera in the River Valley that I really enjoy showing every morning?
Yeah, over the bridge, over the
Oh.
Arkansas River Bridge.
Well, not that just that one. There's another one right here near Morrison Bluff, south of Clarksville.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, at that, baby.
Oh, that's nice.
That's
Let's
a
see that
nice
one.
camera.
Bring that
Highway
up
109. Yeah. This is the secret camera.
That
This
is
the secret
nice.
sauce.
I like that.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
Has a great sunrise view.
This is the one we're looking at right here.
Yeah. This is Highway 109, by the way, south of Clarksville. Beautiful view.
That's gorgeous. What lake is that?
Maumelle, I believe. Or Dardanelle.
Dardanelle.
Yeah, that's
Maumelle is.
Maumelle's ways. Come on, Josh.
So there's, yeah. I'm like, here's Alma, and it's like Bella Vista.
Bella Vista.
Yeah. So some rain. That's it. Thunderstorm activity. Any type of structure with that. Zach, watch this.
Zach gonna like this.
Hey, let's go. Oh.
What?
Not program. Yeah, because it's different. Why is there so much stuff that has to be done all the time? Go point that camera west. I think we're done. I think Ben in Washington County is done. Besides a few little rumbles of thunder potentially and some isolated shower activity, I think we're done. There's that cell. Look at it. Tries to do the structure thing.
It teases.
Just doesn't do it. Yeah. Nothing. Storms in the river valley cranking up. And that's it, man. That's it. Not much to show for it. Yeah. But we're not done. We got more rain, more thunderstorms, but I-49 corridor, done. Fort Smith, done. Storms are out. Fayetteville, Springdale, Rogers, Bentonville, done. Tornado watch will expire here shortly. In fact, it's already expired, but let's look at it real quick just to show you. We'll end it on this note.
Nice.
Goodbye, tornado watch, but
Bye.
still continues until 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
I'll be cut off.
However, that's going to be cut off pretty soon too.
And then below that, there's a flood watch.
Yep,
What about my house in Booger Hollow?
you're getting rain. All right, take care, guys. God bless. Have a good one. If there's other thunderstorms that pop up, we'll let you know about it. For Josh, Zach, and I, we out. Thanks for watching.
Peace.